Justin Freakin, the formidable voice in the Baltic.
Hey Justin, are you trolling?
We'll see who counts the food.
Come on, man.
This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin Freakin.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol live. It's a freaking Thursday, and we are just hours away from a Trump mugshot. Are you ready? I'm so excited. I'm giddy. I'm fucking giddy. I've got news, and we're going to play it by ear. We've got multiple streams going on here. We're outside of the Fulton County Courthouse. I think one of these may be outside of Bedminster. I don't know if he's left just yet. Oh, do you want the gate? There's your gate. There's your gate shot. Is this in Atlanta or are we in? This is in Fulton County. This is Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Has he left Bedminster yet? I don't think he has. We'll see if we can find us a shot outside of Bedminster. I've got a couple different feeds up over here. Here's one of the courthouse. Taken to the Washington Post here.
To track down the origin of the threats.
The Washington Post has actually not started their Trump coverage yet. Kind of been going through headlines and stuff. There's a different shot outside of the Fulton County Courthouse. This is the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. I'm not high enough for this shit. I was playing video games. I was trying to chill out for a little bit before we got to this. I looked at the clock and it was like 4:47. I'm like, oh shit, I gotta get ready. Made it just in time. What a wild night we had last night. Everybody's still recuperating from the debate. The debate Trump interview combo we had going on. All the talk about civil war and Epstein not killing himself. Libertad, good evening. Good evening, my friend. It's definitely evening for you. I got a little tripped up there. Do I say good evening? Do I say good afternoon? Check this out. So, the other day, I walked across the street to the shopping center. There's a food truck. And its usual locations right there in that shopping center. I visited that food truck. It is Southern Soul Food. Really like that food truck. So I was making some lunch over here, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna hit up that food truck. They open at 3. I'm gonna hit up that food truck. I started to walk out the door, and I was like, better check their Facebook and make sure. And sure enough, those motherfuckers, they're in like a food truck competition this weekend, and they are not open. They took the week off to prepare for this competition. So I'm glad I at least checked before I walked over there in this record-breaking heat. I'm sorry, it was near record-breaking yesterday. Today, apparently, it's cooled down slightly. So we were near record-breaking temperature yesterday, but it's cooled down slightly today. So we are about 2.5 hours from Trump surrendering to Atlanta authorities in Fulton County, Georgia. He has said he will surrender at 7:30. Apparently negotiated a prime time. Yes, Dustin, it's going to be 7:30. 7:30. I have news to do. We'll do some news. We'll see him take off from Bedminster. We're going to play it by ear here. I put together a whole news program last night. We didn't do hardly any of it. So there is plenty of news to find out what it be doing. You guys just tell me, be like story, and then we'll go do a news story. How's that sound? You get a troll patrol, you get Trump watch, everything all in one. Obviously, I'm not planning on, doing a regular show tonight because we'll still be on at 8 o'clock. And I'm still fucking tired from the debate last night. After sleeping on it, does everybody still agree? Ramaswamy won. I think that is the consensus of most media that Ramaswamy won the debate last night. I believe that Mike Pence was the runner-up. There has been some discussion about whether that was the case or not. I believe we have the Drudge poll that happened directly after the debate. They had Ramaswamy, Christie, Haley, DeSantis, Pence. That's Drudge. Trump is about to take off. I do not see a shot here. Let me see if I can get us a shot of Bedminster. They'll follow the motorcade. AP is outside of Fulton County. I think the shot we're on right now is the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. A shot of the courthouse. Like we have audio. On the local stations in Georgia. That's outside of Fulton County. Here we go. We'll go to ABC News. It looks like they are on the airport in New Jersey, in Newark. Let's take ABC here. Biden won the debate.
Are you with us now?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, why don't we just move on to today's proceedings and just talk about the difference here of what's happening today versus Trump's previous 3 indictments. I mean, clearly the setting, number one.
Well, a mugshot's going to be the biggest difference.
It's going to be a different environment and a different experience for the former president, no doubt.
Well, I think the main difference, of course, is jail versus courtroom. But of course, what is consistent
Trump flying on Spirit Airline.
The setting is that when the former president comes, whether it be the jail or it be the courtroom, is that he is a defendant in the case. And he is at that moment no longer a free man who is free to leave when he pleases, who is free to go about as his movements as he pleases.
Well, he's already not free to do as he pleases.
The former president of the United States, and even in his post-official life as a candidate, before he was a candidate, he is used to and accustomed to a certain way of life. He has Secret Service protection. You know, he noted in an interview recently when someone asked him, when was the last time you drove a car, sir? He said 9 years ago. So this is a stark difference to what he is used to. And to be a defendant, really, it carries a gravitas with it. And then I would just point out in this case, since you're asking about the differences from the other, is really the speed, I think, at which...
How often do you think Trump drove himself to begin with?
Not even 2 weeks since the indictment, Kira. We are seeing a remarkable amount of litigation already in the case, with defendants wanting to sever, defendants wanting speedy trial, defendants asking for, hearings here and motions there. And
now, Trump does have new lawyers as of today.
In this case, Kira, the former president has co-defendants compared to the other cases when he is essentially alone, except for, of course, in documents when there are 2 other co-defendants there with him. But really, one of 19 here, Kira, and how that is going to play out, where the former president is one of 19, is going to be very significant, I think, in the way that this case moves forward and shapes out.
I don't know that this is strong enough.
Let's talk about Fani Willis here. Pushing for a speedy trial date of October 23rd, rather, for one of the defendants already. But Trump's team, filing opposition, doesn't want it to happen. How do you see this playing out? And if indeed that October 23rd date sticks, how do you see that impacting Trump?
Yeah, I guess I'm of a slightly contrarian view here. I'm not so sure that the DA's office wants to go to trial as quickly as all that. It took them however many years, 2.5 years, to put this indictment together. Preparing for a trial with 19 defendants and 4 billion motions of various kinds filed by the defense team, and witnesses.
Well, you didn't actually think he was taking Spirit, did you?
This way and that way. And the need to prove 161 overt acts, or at least that's what the ambition is. It's a headache for the.
I love you, Warlord.
I'm not sure that anyone really wants to try the case that quickly. Neither the criminal defendants, who will be hard put, no matter how skilled they are.
When I thought this was going to be happening on Wednesday morning, I was planning on doing a Prime Minister's Questions.
Has a lot of work to do to actually.
But then shit changed.
Trial. So I guess that there's a kind of a mutual assured destruction going on here in terms of the scheduling, with, in my view, neither side wanting to go to trial quite that quickly.
Still waiting there, looking at the live pictures from Newark, New Jersey, total traffic.
Well, I think it's all going to be dependent upon what the federal cases do.
President's
jet. I honestly believe that Jack Smith gets to go first.
To eventually take off. The former president, getting ready to head to Atlanta, Georgia, as you know, for that booking, facing those RICO charges. And it could take us up into probably 7 o'clock Eastern hour. Looks like he's running a little behind schedule now, but we're tracking his private jet here. We're going to let you know as soon as he is wheels up for sure.
Rishi Sunak
are pushing for formal arraignments to take place the week of September 5th as well. What would that look like?
He's a good-looking guy. I'll give him that.
Are not that big a deal in state court. It's kind of the national anthem before the ball game. So you can waive in the state of Georgia, meaning that you just file a document that says that you waive formal arraignment, and that means you don't even have to come to court. So it's entirely possible that we don't see anyone.
Yes, I wanted to mention I put arraignment in the title, but I found out this week that Georgia is one of the few municipalities that does not do bookings and arraignment together. Trump will not be entering a plea. Trump is just handing himself over to authorities to be booked. He will enter a plea, I believe it is in 2 weeks or less than 2 weeks.
I could see Trump deciding to waive arraignment so that there isn't the spectacle of him being in court. But I could also see the very dramatic Donald Trump being in a courtroom, leaning into a microphone and going, "Not guilty."
Yeah. Because remember, this is going to be televised.
Jeff, you know, Donald Trump, I think it's fair to say, has clearly become this sort of symbol of defiance. And it seems to be working for him politically. This is just going to add to that. I mean, what are your thoughts? Just as you cover politics, you cover you know, the legal side of things as well. You know, you've been in both areas. You still roll in both areas. Why do you think
how he rolls?
The more Trump seems to be defiant, to fight authority, to be indicted, to face charges, that it just continues to help him rise. There just hasn't been a point yet where it has seemed to stop him in his tracks and really hold him accountable.
Well, you got to couch that with Republicans.
You know, it is such a great question, and you think back to that famous line of his about how he could stand on Fifth Avenue and shoot someone and it would not affect his base. He was right. There is a base, as we've all seen, which thrills in that very defiance that you mentioned, Kira, which loves him for the defiance. It's the defiance that defines him, exactly as you say, and it's the defiance that binds a 35 or 40%, 44% of America to him. That defiance and that love of defiance and admiration for the defiance trumps, no pun intended, the evidence that he has violated innumerable laws, is the question of the decade, if not more. And you're right to put your finger on it. But it does seem as though, whether it's the perception that there's an elite out there, that it's an us against them, that he is, lifting a middle finger in effect to those elites, that is responsible for that bonding. We don't know, but you're right. There is a serious bond there between those who love the defiance and the defiant one.
Speaking of bond, but a different kind of bond, Olivia, as we look at the number of defendants that have surrendered, have gone through processing, have had the mugshot taken, there is one that did not have to post bond. Is it worth just taking a look at that and talking about that for a moment?
Yeah, Kira, well, this is really fascinating because something happened today that we have not yet seen occur in this case, as we have spent the past...
Are they talking about the leader of the Black Voices for Trump?
Take their pre-negotiated bond and head over to the
Harrison
jail for
Floyd
surrender, which actually is exactly
is
what
locked
Trump
up.
is doing tonight. You'll recall that his attorneys were here earlier. They negotiated with the DA in this courthouse right here a $200,000 bond. The judge signed off on it, and Trump will tonight take that bond over to the jail, and that is exactly why he will be booked and released. But for the first time today, Kira, we saw one defendant actually not pre-negotiate his bond.
And he is still in jail.
Of the individuals charged in this indictment allegedly for being involved in the harassment of poll workers here in Georgia, and he actually went straight to the jail for surrender, Kira, and because he did that with no negotiated bond, he actually gets locked up, put in custody, and now has to wait
until arraignment.
He can get in front of a judge for a bond hearing. So a really interesting step here. Pre-negotiating a bond, of course, is not mandatory in this case, but one person involved described it to me as what any sane person would do so that you can actually spend as little time in prison as...
Well, if you're the leader of Black Voices for Trump, you're probably not sane.
One of the defendants, one of the 19 defendants in this case, has not been released, but actually is in custody at the jail and will be in custody at the jail when the former president gets there tonight.
And Chris, just to sort of step back for a moment, because does that look like, that's not the president's plane taking off, is it? No, it's not. Okay, good. It's kind of hard to see, so keep me in check as we're following these live pictures, please. But Chris, back to you for a second, and just the reality of what the former president, is going to experience at the jail.
So I'm assuming it's about an hour flight.
Throughout the day, that he is going to be treated like any other inmate. But you
at least.
Make a very good point. Not really. He's got to get the mugshot. He'll be processed. He has to show up at the jail. But it's not like he's being,
I mean, not a bad flight, but still.
And going to be left there overnight, and who knows what's going to happen in a prison that's known for,
bed bugs.
Turning up dead. It's not.
One was eaten alive by bed bugs.
Things or not as SOP, standard operating procedure that one, I guess, as folks.
So I guess after Trump takes off, we'll do a little news.
Sort of get some special treatment here.
They said it's about an hour flight.
While the former president of the United States is...
And we'll get the motorcade landing.
They can't be a jail. This is a working jail. This is a functioning jail. There are people coming in. There are people going out. While the former president is there, everyone who is supposed to be out because they posted their bond or because they've served their time has to sit there and wait for him to leave. Similarly, you've got patrol cars lined up around the jail waiting for the president to go once he's there. They've got inmates in the back. Those are cars that can't be out in service.
Yeah.
Inconveniences, not just the jail, but the entire city of Atlanta.
Bed bug on bed bug action.
This is the jail to house their inmates. So while it'd be nice to think that he's going to sit there and wait for 3 hours like my client did so that they find the paperwork so that he can finally go back, it'd be nice to think that, he was going into general population. Well, I don't know if it's nice to think that, but
it is.
It'd be interesting to see if he's going to be put into general population.
Oh, here we go. He's taking off.
Not going to happen. That can't happen. You can't both have a functioning jail and have a normal process for the former president of the United States.
Let me ask you also, Chris, there have been scenarios where Trump has been told, okay, you can't talk, you can't say certain things. He's been given guidelines. He's been given...
He made a crack the other day.
What could happen
about
here?
fleeing?
Could he be given...
So it has crossed his mind.
Once he is formally processed, is it possible that he will be given some restrictions with regard to talking about this, the charges, anybody involved?
So it's not the sheriff that sets the bond, rather it's the judge. And so we already have a bond order in place that tells us exactly what his restrictions are. People that he's not allowed to harass on social media. It's actually kind of an interesting bond order to look at because it's much more involved than your typical bond order in a criminal case because it says things about social media. So we already know what the parameters are. What would be fascinating, though, is if Donald Trump violates one of those conditions. Procedurally, what would happen at that point is the DA's office would file a motion to revoke bond. The court would set down a hearing, and the state would be required to prove beyond a preponderance of
I wouldn't expect a Pergozin to happen to Mr. Trump
today. What's fascinating is if they actually prove that, because then Donald Trump has to go into custody. Where do they put him? I guess they could do house arrest, but it'd be interesting to see if they put him into Rice Street and then how that affects the jail because, you know, Secret Service protection, how does all of that work? So, you know, you wait to see something like that. You wait to see whether the former president is going to abide by his bond conditions, whether he's going to stay off social media and not say bad things about the witnesses. Now, the judge and the DA's office, they're fair game. He can talk poorly about them all day long. But if he says nasty things about witnesses, if he says anything that can be conceived of as witness tampering, his bond can be revoked. And one last point.
You're seeing
if he engages in witness
Trump
tampering,
Force One taking off now.
You could see a superseding indictment in this case that includes that witness tampering.
Kelly, good evening. 7:30. We are about 2 hours away.
Trump's plane is in the air. You can see actually Total Traffic and Weather Network there trying to zoom out and get a good close shot. But it was just seconds ago that the former president took off in his private jet. You'll see right there now leaving Newark, New Jersey. There he is. He's airborne, headed to Atlanta, Georgia, where as soon as he touches down, he will surrender to authorities now in the 4th criminal case against him. And we'll let you know once
it's going to take him a little bit to get from the airport to the courthouse.
At the jail. Our Aaron Katursky is there. Our Olivia Rubin is there at the Fulton County Courthouse. Right now, things seem to be calm. Not much of a media circus at all, although it'll be very hard to get within the jail, of course. But he'll be airborne now, have his schedule here in front of us. He is, of course, behind schedule. As you saw, there was a weather delay there at Newark Airport. He was supposed to take off, close to 45 minutes ago. But now he is in the air, could be arriving. Olivia, what do you think? Maybe half an hour, 45 minutes later than expected. And then once he does land, what can we expect?
Well, probably about a 2-hour flight there, Kira. And then as far as we know,
She's saying a 2-hour flight.
He motorcaded over to the jail. He does not need to come here to the courthouse where his lawyers came earlier this week to negotiate his $200,000 bond. And
I estimated about an hour.
When the former president has gone to these surrender situations, he actually has ridden in that motorcade alone with just a few secret members of his Secret Service detail. It's a really interesting sort of detail that our John Santucci has reported out. So it will be very interesting to see if the former president yet again is alone tonight when he lands in Atlanta and makes his way over to the Fulton County Jail for the first time entering a jail. And then from there, Kira, it's likely expected that he will return home. He does not need to go to the courthouse. He needs to go to the jail. He needs to get his mugshot. He needs to be booked, have his fingerprints taken, and that will be the former president's surrender. Kira.
We look to be
once he does depart the jail,
2.5 hours, maybe 3 hours away from.
As we know, the former president loves the camera, loves to
Absolutely. We're gonna wait until whatever press conference happens.
and move on. As we wrap things up.
So we're going to find out a little bit of what that news be doing, and then we will come back to Trump here in just a little bit. Let me pull the up here so I have it up so I'm watching. Got a wild story to start off with here. Well, do you want to do politics or you want to do news? You want to come back to politics here in a little bit? Because we got a crazy story out of California you're going to want to hear. Holy shit. It involves two topics we talk about a lot here on this show. Mass shootings and cops. I'll pull ABC News up here so I can see when Trump lands, so we can cut back to that. Danielle, okay, so check this out. Yeah, depends on who Trump won, Biden won. But of the people on the stage, I believe Vivek Ramaswamy ran away with it. Mike Pence was the runner-up. A far better performance from Mike Pence than I was ever expecting. Ron DeSantis probably came in third. But because Ron DeSantis really needed a big win, it was pretty much a loss for DeSantis. Ramaswamy is wild. They all seem to kind of gang up on him, used him as a proxy for whatever grievance they had, and Ramaswamy is charismatic and he is quick on his feet. Libertad, I'm sorry. This story is fucking crazy. It's just another day. Mass shooter in Orange County has been identified as an ex-cop.
Tonight at about 7:04 p.m., deputies responded to multiple 911 calls of shots being fired at Cook's Corner. The caller stated that the male fired 4 to 6 shots. About 2 minutes later, at 7:06 p.m., deputies arrived on scene and dispatch could hear gunshots in the background. At 7:08 p.m., deputies then confronted a male subject that was armed with a gun. At that point, a deputy-involved shooting occurred, and that involved multiple deputies. At this point, the man believed to be involved in the shooting is deceased at the scene. At least one weapon has been recovered at the scene, and we have been made aware that the suspect may be retired law enforcement.
The mass shooter has been identified as an ex-cop who was apparently targeting his estranged wife. Killed 3 people and wounded 6 others last night. Wow. So I guess this was a domestic dispute that escalated. So this was John Snowling, a retired sergeant from the Ventura Police Department. That another domestic dispute led to another mass shooting. We must do more to prevent senseless acts of gun violence and protect survivors. According to the so crazy. Where's Chris Dorner when you need him? Do This is probably going to piss you off. North Carolina man who brought a pipe bomb to a church has apparently avoided jail time after a flood of letters from the community. Well, I don't know. Let's get the details here. Apparently people in the community thought he didn't need to do jail time even though he brought a pipe bomb to a church. The man was sentenced to probation and told to stay away from the church. North Carolina man who brought 2 pipe bomb-like devices to a church earlier this year avoided jail time after family and community members wrote letters en masse to a local court asking for leniency. Joshua Wayne Hawley, 37 of Conley Springs, pleaded guilty earlier this month in Catawba County Superior Court to 3 counts of possession of a weapon of mass destruction. The father was sentenced to 3 years of supervised probation, a mental evaluation, and barred from possessing firearms and explosives, as well as prevented from contacting the church where he brought explosive devices earlier this year. It just seems weird. Joshua is a good, caring man and deserves better than this. His wife wrote in a letter to the court, his children need him and he needs his children. Please don't let him go away for 2.5 years. 2.5 years seems... That kind of seems appropriate for trying to bomb a church. It's like, just throwing it. There are people like in jail for life for marijuana in this country. Jail isn't the punishment he deserves. He deserves a good doctor and medication. Joshua Hawley often fixates on various things due to his mental status. Local resident Jackie, if Taylor Shabusiness doesn't get to claim mental status, I don't think this dude should. I don't. Maybe I'm being too harsh here. I'm assuming he's white as well. And at that time, he was fixated on making shoe bombs, something he apparently did in his youth. The 37-year-old was arrested. White guy. With a high and tight. The 37-year-old was arrested in May for bringing multiple pipe bombs to Marketplace Church in Mountain View. The pastor of the church told police Hawley had mental issues and showed up to the church in a manic state, telling an employee he brought something for the church and asked security guards where the pastor's vehicle was, warning the employee the pastor should be careful so the bomb didn't blow up in his face. No one was injured in the incident. Not the GOP rep, Josh Hawley. It's spelled slightly different as well. I think in a house of worship, people should feel safe and not intimidated. According to, he's speaking about the dude bringing the bomb. 4 months before the pipe bomb incident, Hawley had been asked to stop attending the church after members grew uncomfortable with his behavior, which included showing up to the facility in military-style attire, wearing a body camera, and open carrying guns and knives. Hawley did not have a formal mental health diagnosis at the time, though family members said in letters to the court they believe he suffers from mental illness, including bipolar disorder and border schizophrenia. And let me guess, he's legally in possession of guns. I don't know. I don't know what to think. I'm not for harsh sentences. 2.5 years for bringing a bomb to a church. Do you interpret what he said as a threat? I mean, he said be careful so it doesn't blow your face off. Fuck. Thank you to the pastor who apparently showed compassion, as a Christian is commanded to do. There's that. You don't see that often. don't know. I just feel like somebody in a different situation, in a different color of skin, would have the book thrown at them. I don't fucking know. I don't. Meanwhile, if you are a black man and you get shot at by a white man, FedEx will fire you. Did you hear that correctly? Yes, you did. If you are a black man that gets shot at by white men, you will get fired by FedEx. Black delivery driver loses FedEx job more than a year after he said white men attacked him. Mississippi judge declared a mistrial last week in the case over the January 2022 incident, citing police errors. We believe that the police purposely sabotaged this case. At least I believe that.
Turn tonight in the attempted murder trial of two white men accused of chasing and shooting at a black FedEx driver. The judge declaring a mistrial. Jesse Kirsch has details.
Tonight, outrage in Mississippi. A judge declaring a mistrial in the case of two white men accused of trying to murder DeMontario Gibson, a black FedEx driver who had just made a delivery.
And with great reluctance, the court has no choice in this matter but to grant the motion for a mistrial.
Gibson's mother escorted from court today after Judge David Strong's ruling, a day after a police officer admitted to withholding evidence. Brookhaven Police Detective Vincent Fernando saying under oath that authorities had taken a videotaped statement from Gibson but did not share it with either the defense or prosecution, as was required.
The failure to turn over matters in discovery is just something that can't be ignored. In 17 years, I don't think I've ever seen it happen, but it happened here.
A mistrial is a major hiccup for the prosecution, but all in all, a second trial really saps the resources of the defense more than the state.
Brookhaven police have not responded to NBC News' request for comment. Gibson says in January 2022, he made a delivery in his FedEx uniform and was driving a Hertz van with the rental company's markings when Gregory Case and his son Brandon allegedly chased and shot at him. Gregory Case's attorney says his client only planned to ask the driver what was happening outside his mother-in-law's home, but the driver did not stop. Gibson believes he was chased because he's black. In a statement tonight, Gibson's attorney calling the mistrial a delay in justice, calling on the Department of Justice to investigate the Brookhaven Police Department.
Yes.
Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
But also, I'm concerned that this driver lost his fucking job. He's now been fired from his job, and he and his attorney said on Monday, "I honestly feel disrespected," the former driver, DeMontario Gibson, told the Associated Press shortly after he received an email from FedEx about his termination. Meredith Miller, the manager of global network communications for FedEx, confirmed on Monday that Mr. Gibson is no longer employed at FedEx. Last Thursday, a Mississippi judge cited police errors, declaring a mistrial. Carlos Moore, an attorney who has represented Gibson in a civil lawsuit, provided AP with a copy of an email Gibson received from FedEx on Monday. It said Gibson's employment was terminated on July 26th, and the company attempted to deliver a letter and documents to him about the termination on July 31st. FedEx unable to deliver a package. FedEx fired Gibson because he did not accept a part-time, non-courier job that the company offered in mid-July, Moore said, adding that he did not know whether the company gave Gibson a deadline to accept. "They can't tell me when I should be ready to come back," Gibson said. Gibson, 25, said he has been on workers' compensation leave at about 1/3 of his pay since shortly after he reported the attack to police in Brookhaven, Mississippi on the night it happened, January 24th, 2022. Gibson was not injured in the shooting or chase, but he said on Monday that he has been in therapy to deal with the anxiety because of it. He said he still has trouble sleeping. I bet he does. Dude looks like the guy from, like, back when we were doing the Freak Show. there was this gospel group that I would always make Sparkles watch. Oh God, I can't find them. Here we go. Yeah, you remember Hildy came on, and Hildy was like, "Is he dead?" It turns out like he was getting ready to die, like the next day. Oh shit! Let me get a picture of this. This is a higher calling. Get the photos here. Meat Cake. The one that died. He did indeed die. Yeah. That dude. Is that the same dude? I've got face blindness or some shit though. I put the video up about, you know, mistaking that dude for Bobby Lashley. It's not just black people. That's the same dude, isn't it? I mistook Asa Hutchinson for a opossum last night. FedEx owes that guy a hell of a lot of money. Let's go to Texas. Remember we did the story about PragerU the other day getting accepted as curriculum in Florida. A Texas education official has apparently gone rogue. Thank you, Meat Cakes. Thank you. My best friend told me, listen. My best friend's a fucker, right? So he would do this just to fuck with me. He was like, man, that looked nothing like Bobby. Other than being a muscular black man with a bald head, looked nothing like Bobby Lashley. You're totally racist. What are you talking about, Black Demon, Dustin? I'm not sure what you're referring to. The Republican debate was why I enjoyed it for the most part. Sky Comet apparently tried to watch it and couldn't get through the whole thing. I tried to let her know. I was like, it's the first segment and the third segment. It's divided into quarters. Watch the first quarter and the third quarter if you want the sparks. But yeah, other people on TikTok have been like, yeah, that looked like Bobby Lashley. So I don't feel so racist. But right after I got off the stream, I asked my best friend, and he made me feel really racist. Really racist. But it's like, that's the kind of thing he would do. That's the kind of guy he is. Okay, we did the story about PragerU being accepted into the curriculum in Florida. A Texas official now has apparently gone rogue and has announced that the right-wing PragerU programming is coming to Texas. And that's exactly what I would expect her to look like. A Texas education official partnered with PragerU to announce its program is coming to Texas. But the state's education department said, that's not true. PragerU's educational videos have been criticized for whitewashing history and defending slavery. A Texas education official seems to have gone rogue, partnering with advocacy group PragerU. That advocacy group that's a nice way of putting it. And then announcing that its right-wing educational programming for kids would be coming to state classrooms. We even have a video of the announcement featuring that insufferable CEO we watched the other night.
Hello, Julie in Texas.
Howdy.
Howdy.
It's great talking to you today. So are we ready to announce that PragerU can make it into Texas now?
We are definitely ready to welcome PragerU into the great state of Texas.
The great state indeed. We are so excited. Julie, aside from the great things that we're going to do together with PragerU in Texas, I know that all of you have been working on cleaning up and providing even better education to young Texans. Tell me a little bit about some of the stuff that you're doing in Texas in the realm of education.
Well, in education in Texas, you know, it's very hard for a Texan not to be number one. And currently, Texas is not sitting in the number one position for education in America.
Far from it.
We are making great progress and great strides to get to that position. And one of the things that the Texas legislature passed this year was House Bill 1605. And the great thing about House Bill 1605 is that Texas is now going to develop, write, and publish our own core knowledge curriculum for kindergarten through 12th grade. This is going to be brand
That sounds
new for the
horrible.
state, and we will officially have Texas curriculum.
And what's wild is, like, Texas already sets the standards because a lot of textbook companies are based in Texas. Texas, for years, has been setting the standards for our textbooks in this country. In the video, Texas State Board of Education member Julie Pickren tells PragerU that we are definitely ready to welcome PragerU into the great state of Texas. Several officials with the Texas Department of Education told the Dallas Morning News, however, that not only has the agency not voted to approve PragerU's programming, PragerU has not even submitted its materials for consideration. What in the fuck? No one from PragerU has presented to the State Board of Education or has contacted me as chair of the State Board of Education to discuss any working relationship. This is according to Board Chair Kevin Ellis. The SBOE has not received any request from PragerU to be approved as an education vendor. Ellis and the SBOE did not immediately respond to Insider's request for comment. Pickren did not immediately respond to Insider's request for clarification on why she decided to announce PragerU's approval in the state. Pickren is not new to controversy. She received backlash for attending the Trump rally on January 6th, where she reportedly sang "God Bless America" as an insurrectionist as she broke into the Capitol.
Thank you. Now to a new controversy brewing over the violence at the Capitol on January 6th. An Alvin ISD school board member is being called out for attending former President Trump's rally at the White House the morning of the Capitol riots.
The Brazoria County chapter of the NAACP says that she violated her oath of office. KPRC2's Phil Archer is live in Alvin tonight with a closer look at the fallout. Phil?
Well, Ms. Pickren has been a member of the board since 2015. Last January, she traveled to Washington, D.C. to take part in President Trump's Save America rally, and she documented it on Facebook. Now, the Brazoria County NAACP says those posts violated her oath of office. They want some answers. On January 6, Julie Pickren was among thousands of Trump supporters who gathered near the White House to hear the former president falsely proclaim that the election had been stolen and to urge followers to march on the Capitol. In one of her posts on Facebook, she described singing "God Bless America" outside while some of the protesters forced their way in.
Before Antifa hijacked the event.
Claimed that the rioters were actually Antifa members, not Trump supporters. That doesn't sit well with the Brazoria County NAACP.
And we asked that Ms. Pickren explain what the process was for her being there.
Chapter president.
She's a moron.
He's received more than 20 complaints from parents and school employees about those posts. He says they violate Ms. Pickren's oath to defend the Constitution because the march on the Capitol was intended to stop the certification of the presidential election returns. He says she needs to explain herself.
We're not asking for Ms. Pickren to resign. We're not asking.
You should be.
This is about awareness. We're letting the community know that Ms. Pickren is up for re-election.
We asked Ms. Pickren for comment. She declined. And the Alvin Independent School District also demurred, saying in a brief written statement that, quote, all school boards are not partisan. Members of the Board of Trustees are elected officials and not appointed by Alvin ISD. NAACP members say if they don't get the answers they're asking for, that they will be at the next school board meeting March 9th to demand them. Reporting live in Alvin, I'm Phil Archer, KPRC 2 News.
Thank you.
Well, I hope they got him. Well, I was going to transition into maybe she was drunk when she did that and go to the body cam video of the drunk teacher, but I guess that's a good that was a good transition into talking about January 6th and shit, wasn't it? Because we need to get back on the Trump news, because that's what we're waiting on right now. Trump's attempt to steal the election. Internal emails actually show that the Secret Service was in contact with Oath Keepers leader Stewart Rhodes. Secret Service agents were in close communication with Oath Keepers leader Stewart Rhodes months before the January 6th insurrection he helped plan. The government watchdog, Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, obtained internal Secret Service emails showing an agent sent an email to others within the agency in September of 2020, notifying them he had spoken to Rhodes about an upcoming visit by then-President Donald Trump to Fayetteville, North Carolina. The agent described himself the unofficial liaison to the Oath Keepers, inching towards official in the email. Wow. And said Rhodes and other members of the anti-government militia wanted to provide protection and medical attention to Trump supporters if they come under attack by leftist groups. He told the other agents that Rhodes had specific questions and shared the Oath Keepers founder's cell phone number, and the agent followed up the following day with another email explaining the group members hoped to assist those attending the event and make it to and from their cars safely. They are not there to demonstrate or push a political agenda. Wink, wink, nod, nod. A former member of the group testified in October of 2022 that Rhodes had spoken to the Secret Service to coordinate around the rally, but a spokesman said at the time that the agency didn't have enough information to determine whether that call took place, which the emails now show had occurred. An agent asked for intelligence about the Oath Keepers, and another said that news articles showed Rhodes had denounced white nationalists and disliked Antifa, the loosely knit anti-fascist activist group. It's not clear whether the contacts with Rhodes continued past September of 2020, but he was convicted in November of 2022 of seditious conspiracy for his role in trying to keep Trump in the White House. Was later sentenced to 18 years in prison. Rot, motherfucker. Go to Michigan, a state where I think there is still the possibility that Donald Trump could be indicted again. However, the rumblings seem to be on Arizona might be indicting him pretty soon. Indicted Michigan fake electors face furious backlash. The indicted fake electors in the Michigan 2022 coup scheme are facing fury around the state, according to The Guardian. State Attorney General Dana Nessel first announced the charges last month against the plotters, including former Michigan GOP co-chair Michonne Maddock, Michigan GOP National Committee Committeewoman Kathy Burden, Wyoming Mayor Kent Vanderwood, and Shelby Township Trustee and Clerk Stanley Grott. Some have already faced administrative punishment. Grott, for example, has had his power to administer elections suspended ahead of trial. But that is not enough for many Michiganders who are calling for the fake electors who serve in state office to resign or face recall votes. Yes! Over 2 million people voted for Joe Biden in Michigan, and Stan Grott decided that our votes didn't matter. This is according to Shelby Township Democratic activist Alicia Diaz. She is also outraged that he is still drawing a state salary despite being suspended from his role. What? We pay him for a job he can't do? It's ridiculous. I agree. Amy Facinello, another indicted elector who sits on the school board of Grand Blaine and has a history promoting QAnon conspiracies, has faced similar pressure. 8 felony charges aren't a good look for a school board member, said local businesswoman Michelle Ryder, who filed a recall petition against Facinello. Michigan is not the only state where the fake elector plot, which intended to use the fake electors as a pretext to block counting the real ones and certifying the election, are coming under legal scrutiny. The fake electors in Georgia, including state GOP chair David Schaefer, are under indictment as well. Arizona has also opened an investigation into the fake electors in that state. And the fake electors in Wisconsin are facing a civil suit. Look at you facing the consequences of your actions. Speaking of facing the consequences of her actions, Marjorie Taylor Greene is facing a very similar backlash in Georgia from her constituents. Apparently, many are secretly giving MTG the middle finger. You hate to see it, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend, Brian Glenn, shared an image on his Instagram story of them posing with kids in MAGA hats, only to notice afterwards that people in the background appeared to be photobombing them. Miss Greene and Mr. Glenn, the director of programming at the Right Side Broadcasting Network, is that the dude that was on air with her last night? They attended the Iowa State Fair last weekend following a visit by former President Donald Trump. These kids screamed, "We love MAGA, Trump 2024. They were so happy," Mr. Glenn wrote in the caption of the photo. A number of viewers spotted a woman holding up her middle finger in the background, while a man was sticking his tongue out and doing thumbs down. I don't see, it is the dude she was on the air with. Okay, that's her boyfriend, eh? So there's the woman flipping them off. I don't see the dude with the thumbs down. Oh, there's the dude. Okay. Wait, is that the same picture though? He's sticking out his tongue. He's flipping the finger. He's giving a thumbs down. It's called freedom of speech. In June, Miss Greene shared a video on social media which seemed to include a constituent giving her the finger. The Republican representative shared footage of her entering a stage in her district in northwest Georgia to a standing ovation, but one person appears to hold up the middle finger instead. Oh, where's the video at? Hold on. No way I'm not going to watch a video of Marjorie Taylor Greene getting flipped off. Come on. That's what we're here for on the show. Oh, there it is. Boom. Look at all these numbnuts clapping for her. She is such a hypocrite, too. I swear. You know why she's a hypocrite? Because much like Kid Rock, Marjorie Taylor Greene has been spotted with a Bud Light. MTG served Anheuser-Busch beer after pushing a boycott of Bud Light. This is also at the Iowa State Fair. Boycott for thee, but not for me, it says. There she is. Apparently, it's some kind of a tent was serving Bud Light to patrons. Marjorie Taylor Greene railed at Anheuser-Busch for weeks, pushed for boycotts of the company because they did a small promotion with Dylan Mulvaney. Despite that, Greene posted an Instagram story of herself pouring Busch Light, a beer brand of Anheuser-Busch. Oh, she might not have. Oh, it's not Bud, it was a Busch Light. Okay, but it's an Anheuser-Busch beer. At Steer and Stein during her visit to the Iowa State Fair. Previously, Marjorie Taylor Greene celebrated country music singer Travis Tritt for removal of all Anheuser-Busch products from his tours. God bless you, Travis Tritt. And she knew it was Coors, eh? I would have bought the. Oh no. She doesn't know that Coors is Anheuser-Busch. Okay. Or is Coors? I'm so fucking confused. Busch is Anheuser-Busch. And Bud. Coors isn't? Fuck if I know. I don't drink. Doesn't matter if they're hypocrites. Doesn't matter if they get caught lying. What does it matter if Carrie Lake lied? Come on. Carrie Lake says it doesn't matter if she lied about Stephen Riker in bid to toss a suit out. Riker sued Lake for defamation, but she says he can't because he's an elected official. Failed Arizona gubernatorial candidate Carrie Lake says that it doesn't matter whether the statements she made about Maricopa County Recorder Stephen Riker are false, and his defamation lawsuit against her should be tossed out of court because of state law curtailing public officials from suing their critics. Defamation is not criticizing. In a motion filed on Monday, Lake asked Maricopa County Superior Court Judge Jay Alderman to dismiss Riker's suit because she says it violates Arizona's Strategic Action Against Public Participation law, commonly referred to as anti-SLAPP statute. An anti-SLAPP motion is not an attempt to adjudicate falsity, but to avoid the burden of having to justify statements concerning core political speech. Lake and her lawyers said in the filing that Riker's suit should be dismissed because he is a state actor who brought the suit to deter, retaliate against, and prevent defendants lawful exercise of their free speech rights on the core public issue of election integrity. Once again, defamation isn't protected under free speech. Oh man, Simp, I don't have any alcohol here. I missed the Twitch points too. Those were fun games. I like the no cussing and shit. Beanie time, all that fun shit. It sucks to not have the Twitch. Checking in on all the different feeds here, making sure we're not missing out on anything. But he just took off about 40 minutes ago, so highly unlikely. He's very close. So Warlord said he was over Virginia about 10 minutes ago. So earlier today, when Mr. Mark Meadows, who was not able to have his surrender blocked, turned himself over to Georgia authorities. And we now have a mugshot of the former chief of staff for President Donald Trump. And he looks creepy as fuck. Another one to add to my mugshot collection. Yay.
Meadows has now surrendered to authorities in Georgia.
The former White House chief of staff
Tones, welcome.
Before former President Trump is also expected to. The booking photo for Mark Meadows has been released to the public. Meadows was processed at the Fulton County Jail in Atlanta. Georgia officials have accused him, Trump, and others of scheming to overturn the 2020 election.
Now, unlike the previous criminal cases, former President Trump will have a booking photo taken as well. At least 11 of the 19.
We get a mugshot later tonight.
All of the defendants have been ordered to surrender by noon Friday. Joining us now from Atlanta is CBS News Homeland Security and Justice reporter Nicole Skanger. Nicole, great to see you again. I understand activity really picking up outside the courthouse and the jailhouse, the key locations here in this last.
What would I call it? The Bong Club?
Surrender.
Join the Bong Club.
Expected to happen in the next few hours.
Errol, good to be with you. Some activity is picking up here outside the Fulton County Jail, and former Chief of Staff to President Trump, Mark Meadows, surrendering inside. His fingerprints were taken, as you mentioned.
This was an hour or two ago.
Booking photo, we're yet to see that booking photo. A quick medical evaluation, height, weight, but he was in and out and did not make remarks to the press. Now, there was a real question of whether or not Mark Meadows would even surrender this week. His attorneys have moved to get his case removed from Fulton County Superior Court to federal court, arguing that he was
Did they show his mugshot?
Official capacity as a federal officer.
Here it is.
Staff position when all of this went down, and that this case should be heard in federal court. There is a hearing on Monday in that case as lawyers were trying to get his surrender deadline moved back. The court said no, and so we saw him appear at the jail today instead, just hours before the anticipated arrival of the former president and the heightened security here on the ground.
Nicole, tell us where you are in your location. How with the proximity to the jail. We've been seeing some different areas there. It looks like perhaps you're in a press area or maybe near the demonstrators. I also understand that you've talked to some of them who actually came to Atlanta for Trump's surrender.
Dustin!
We are on the Rice.
Just in time. If you guys are just joining us, Trump has taken off from Bedminster. He is currently in the air on his way to Georgia to surrender to state authorities. There was a weather delay in New Jersey.
Come out in full force today.
So we're probably looking at like 8:15 when we'll actually surrender.
I spoke with a group who drove 9 hours from New Orleans as part of a church group to pray for the president outside. Also spoke to several Atlanta residents who have turned out in support of former President Trump. One thing that surprised
we are anticipating remarks.
told me, yes, they're excited to
We expect him to speak directly after.
Really, they want him to see them and to understand that they have his back. Take a listen. I spoke with Atlanta resident Laura Bozeman-Year earlier. What do you hope to see today when he...
Well, not what I hope to see, what I want him to see is that we're here, we have his back, we're going to support him no matter what.
We're here, we're queer.
Out here, the heat is nothing new for Trump supporters right now. I'm a Trump supporter.
You're going away for 90 years.
In the heat and the snow to support Donald Trump and support freedom of speech and the Constitution of the United States.
Damn, you do not support the Constitution.
There in the heat or in the snow, it is certainly hot out here, Lana. I just want to point out that as all of these folks are gathering, it is 90 degrees and counting, a high of 95 today, so no small feat for protesters.
Well, now, Tones, in fairness, he does have until noon tomorrow.
Overnight nearby, so they could catch a...
So it's not like he was supposed to be, like 7:30 was him telling us that's what time he's going to be there.
One on it.
Like this is not an arraignment. I found out this week that Georgia is one of the few municipalities that don't arraign and book at the same time. So this is just a booking.
Supporters outside the jailhouse. There's so much attention.
Trump will be arraigned in, I think it's September 4th or September 5th.
Security measures being
so about a week and a half from now.
Of the jailhouse,
and it will be televised.
Seeming to be on standby.
But apparently he does have the right to waive arraignment.
Well, you can see just over my left shoulder here, there are bicycle racks. Those extend down the street, and protesters and media alike being held behind those barricades. The street that we're on, Rice Street, being closed off to any incoming traffic. Interestingly enough, this is still a fully operating jail, and so we've watched as police, law enforcement, Fulton County
brought people in.
Deputies have been walking out inmates who have been released today, and instead of just letting them go, they've had to walk them down the road to the side of the highway to ensure their safety. So still a fully operational jail here, but a much larger security footprint. In addition to the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, we've seen local support from Gwinnett County. Their sheriffs are here in full force, the Atlanta Police Department, and of course the U.S. Secret Service, which has personnel lining the roads around this jail in anticipation of the former president's arrival. Pretty soon they will put up a no drone zone, the FAA putting a no fly zone in place from 6:45 p.m. to 9 p.m. again ahead of the former president's arrival, just locking everything down.
And Nicole, before we let you go, the majority of the defendants
a no drone zone
at this point, but some still haven't. If they don't surrender by tomorrow, what are the repercussions?
Yeah, at least 10 so far have turned themselves in, but there are still a large handful of defendants who have not.
So I was closer to.
We still anticipate all of those.
The time of the flight that they said 2 hours on ABC, and I was like, it's like an hour flight from Newark to Atlanta.
That being said,
now Atlanta Airport is one of the largest in the country, though, and it's kind of a bitch to get through. However, this is Donald Trump.
At that time, if certain defendants have not turned themselves in, there will be arrest warrants filed, and the Fulton County Sheriff's Office is equipped and prepared to carry out those arrests.
He took off from Newark about 5:25.
There as the day heats up. We appreciate it.
Mark Meadows has been arrested, the former chief of staff. Let me show you that. Let me show you that mugshot again. We found out yesterday he tried his best to avoid this mugshot. Wanted a judge to move the case to federal court, arguing that he was acting in his capacity as the chief of staff. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis argued that no, he was not acting in his capacity as White House Chief of Staff. He was acting in capacity as a campaign surrogate. So congrats, motherfucker, who he's almost certainly flipped on the federal level. He did not get indicted on the federal level, not named in indictments on the federal level. And the scuttlebutt is that he is 100% cooperating with Jack Smith. Another reason why he wanted to get the case tossed from state court to federal court, because he feels if he has some kind of immunity deal, that would cover him. No, sir. No. I hope you aren't able to get it. I hope you do have immunity on the federal level. I hope you have spilled your beans. And I hope you still have to go to jail. I hope Jack Smith gave you total immunity, man. But that don't help you on the state level. Couldn't happen to a nicer bunch of people, could it? Did all these stories. Here's one that's going to piss you off. Jesus. Republicans are horrendous. So we had the tropical storm Hillary hitting California earlier in the week. Guess what Texas did? As a tropical storm bore down on Southern California, Texas sent migrants on a bus to Los Angeles. Good evening, Snicks. If anyone is just joining us, Trump took off about an hour ago from Newark, New Jersey. Warlord told us just a few minutes ago he is over North Carolina. So that would put him landing here in about 20 or so minutes, give or take. We will once again take a live feed. We've been finding out what that news be doing as we await Trump's arrival in Atlanta. A tropical storm bore down on Southern California. Texas sent migrants on a bus to Los Angeles, because of course they did. Texas sent 36 migrants to LA just as the city was being struck by Hillary, the first tropical storm to hit Southern California in 84 years, which caused record rainfall and flooding in parts of the region. According to a coalition of immigrants' rights advocacy groups, 37 migrants, mostly from Venezuela, were put on a bus in Brownsville at 5 p.m. on Sunday, shortly before Hillary moved into California after striking Baja California, Mexico, and arrived in Los Angeles at 6:30 p.m. on Monday. According to the coalition of groups, most of the asylum seekers who arrived on Monday evening have sponsors or relatives in Los Angeles. The migrant group was made up of 16 families, which included 14 children and 1 infant. The pro-life party assholes. Is this Rudy or is this Jenna Ellis? This is John Eastman. It just said Trump's attorney speaks out. Let's hear from John Eastman. John Eastman apparently had a lot to say yesterday after turning himself over to Georgia authorities.
Says he plans to surrender.
Not yet, clinically.
County jail on Thursday.
He, along with 18 of his allies, are indicted for reported efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
Perfect timing.
The first 2 of the 19 total defendants reported to the Fulton County Jail. Just minutes after being released, one of the defendants, Trump lawyer John Eastman, did not head home quietly. Fox 5's Tyler Fingert is live outside the jail now, and he was there. So tell us, what did Eastman have to say?
Yeah, Alex,
he had a lot of nothing to say.
Is an attorney who advised former President Donald Trump, and he blasted the indictment just minutes after walking out of the Fulton County Jail this morning. And he says that he vows to fight the charges as he doubles down that the 2020 election was stolen.
A defiant John Eastman defended his decision Tuesday to help former President Donald Trump after the 2020 election.
The president calls and asks for representation. I think every citizen in my position should be willing to stand up for it.
Eastman turned himself in to the Fulton County Jail Tuesday. He's one of 19 named in a sweeping Fulton County election meddling indictment. Eastman, one of former President Donald Trump's attorneys, faces 9 counts for allegedly pushing the so-called fake elector scheme.
It targets attorneys for their zealous advocacy on behalf of their clients, something attorneys are ethically bound to provide, and which was attempted here by formally challenging the results of the election.
After being booked and processed, Eastman was immediately released on a $100,000 bond.
I am confident that when the law is faithfully applied in this proceeding, all of my co-defendants and I will be fully vindicated.
The racketeering charge is the most serious one that Eastman, former President Trump, and the 17 other co-defendants face. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis says they participated in a vast conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election in Georgia.
To accomplish the illegal goal of allowing Donald J. Trump
to seize the presidential term of office.
Scott Hall, another co-defendant, surrendered Tuesday. He's the bail bondsman who was said to have taken part in the Coffee County elections machine breach. He was released on a $10,000 bond. Eastman says everyone will be cleared in this case.
My legal team and I will vigorously contest every count of the indictment in which I have been named, and also every count in which others are named.
A short time ago, Fox 5 learned that former Chief of Staff Mark Meadows has filed an emergency motion in federal court to push off his surrender.
And it didn't work.
A federal judge decides whether to move.
We already know that it didn't work, and we have his mugshot. Let me show you his mugshot. There's Mark Meadows' mugshot from earlier today. Surrendering in just the last couple of hours. Fuck you, Mark Meadows. You getting what you deserve, son. A Trump supporter who was indicted in Georgia is also charged with assaulting an FBI agent in Maryland. A Donald Trump supporter who surrendered to Georgia authorities on Thursday on charges he conspired with the former president and other allies to overturn Trump's 2020 election loss is also facing federal charges that he assaulted an FBI agent in Maryland. This is Harrison William Prescott Floyd. Maybe that's the reason why. Oh, shit. So, he is the one who is the only one who is in custody currently. He is sitting in jail right now. Harrison Floyd, who was indicted alongside Trump, is the only defendant without a bond agreement. He did not negotiate a bond agreement before surrendering and is still in custody. As of 5:50 p.m. Eastern Time today, Floyd is the only defendant associated with the Georgia case without a bond agreement. His surrender on Thursday makes him the 11th to surrender for arrest since being indicted in the case. So maybe he didn't want to get extradited to Maryland? I don't know. The court records show Floyd, identified as a former U.S. Marine who's active with the group Black Voices for Trump, was also arrested 3 months ago in Maryland on a federal warrant. Well, then he's out. That accuses him of aggressively confronting two FBI agents sent to serve him with a grand jury subpoena. An agent's affidavit filed in U.S. District Court says Floyd screamed, cursed, and jabbed a finger in one FBI agent's face and twice chest bumped the agent in the stairwell. It says Floyd backed down only when the second agent opened his suit coat to reveal his holstered gun. Like a mafia move, isn't it? The records don't disclose the purpose of the grand jury seeking Floyd's testimony, but he was served during the months that special counsel Jack Smith was calling witnesses before the federal grand jury on the heels of Floyd's May arrest in Maryland on charges of simple assault against a federal officer. Floyd got swept up in the sprawling Georgia case in which Trump and numerous allies are charged with trying to undo the former president's 2020 election loss in the state. Court records do not list an attorney for Floyd in the Georgia case. Jail records show he was being held with no bond, unlike other defendants in the case who had attorneys negotiate bonds with a judge before their surrender. This is so much fun. They fucking around and finding out. Let's watch this. What to expect with Trump's surrender in Georgia. Let's watch this, because why the fuck not? Go on, tell us something we don't know.
Top 8 polling Republicans took the stage in Milwaukee last night, and they tackled questions on foreign policy, economics, and of course, the Trump indictment. The first and likely largest GOP presidential debate had 8 Republicans on stage, all fighting for airtime and at times fighting each other.
No, I want Larry Elder and Perry Cuomo up there too.
Each candidate taking turns telling their story.
As a kid, I grew
DJ Dub.
admired poverty. I wondered, was the American dream real for kids who are devastated by poverty, devastated by the challenges of life?
We should be getting a Trump landing in Atlanta momentarily.
What she's done for me.
I was elected as a conservative Republican in a blue state with 61% of the vote, with a Democratic legislature against me the entire time.
I'm an entrepreneur. My parents came to this country with no money 40 years ago. I have gone on to found multi-billion-dollar companies. That is the American dream. And I am genuinely worried that that American dream will not exist for our two sons and their generation unless we do something about it.
The entrepreneur turned politician has been rising in the polls and drew attention from the field, especially in the area of foreign policy. Specifically,
we're gonna fuck around and get a President Ramaswamy.
And I think that this is disastrous, that we are protecting against an invasion across somebody else's border. There you have it.
Your watch,
so
you
the
will
reality
make America less safe. You have no foreign policy experience, and it shows.
And you know what?
It shows.
Former Vice President Mike Pence declaring his experience makes him the best choice for Republicans.
Pence did a much better job than I expected.
Best prepared, the most tested, the most qualified and proven conservative in this race.
While not at the debate, candidates were asked about former President Trump and the 91 criminal indictments he's facing in multiple jurisdictions.
If former President Trump is convicted in a court of law, would you still support him as your party's choice? Please raise your hand if you would.
We need to end the weaponization of these federal agents.
But the conduct is beneath the office of President of the United States.
We have to have respect for our justice system and the rule of law, and it starts at the top.
On abortion.
What the Democrats are trying to do on this issue is wrong, to allow abortion all the way up to the moment of birth.
We should not have a federal abortion ban.
We need to stop demonizing this issue. This is talking about the fact that unelected justices didn't need to decide something this personal.
Vice President Kamala Harris released a statement after the debate saying no one won the debate. Instead, she says the American people
unholy. Good evening.
Lose from an extremist agenda. Eric Rung, WGN News.
So I saw somebody mention that, like, the boos didn't make any sense. The cheers didn't make any sense. And I noticed that as well. Like, some of the things that they cheered were odd. I didn't think Nikki Haley came across, or Nimrata. Shall I call you Nimrata? A pretty name. I don't know why you don't go by it, Nikki. Why don't you call yourself Nimrata? I'm probably fucking it up as well. I'm sorry. That's incredibly racist of me. The next thing I had for you is too long for us to be able to do. You want to do some bullshit real fast? You want to do some bullshit while we're still waiting on Trump? You want to talk some music? Let's do a little music, shall we? Content warning? Why do all these cross-dressing rock stars, why do they want to be transphobic? What the fuck is up with that? Now, I was aware this motherfucker was a Republican because I met him 20 years ago. Alice Cooper calls gender-affirming care for trans kids a fad and condemns the whole woke thing.
Up yours, woke moralists. We'll see who cancels who.
Alice fucking Cooper. While he may be best known as one of the gender-bending faces of shock rock... Yes! And you add this to the list of Dee Snider, Paul Stanley... How? Once again, I knew he was a Republican 20 years ago because I met the motherfucker at a golf course. In a new interview with Stereo Gum, the 75-year-old rock star shared his opinions about best practice medical care for transgender youth. Why? Why even speak on it? Oh, now come on, Meatcakes. I'm a pretty big Alice Cooper fan. I can go for some Feed My Frankenstein, Welcome to My Nightmare, Poison. Poison's like one of my favorite songs. Exactly, clinically. Places you never meet a leftist. The motherfucking golf course, except for me, apparently. And me and Puzzle Bitch are going to a fucking driving range here in a few days. Justin's rightward turn confirmed. He said he was afraid it's also a fad, using common anti-trans talking points to elaborate. The star said that he felt children were not mature enough to make major decisions about their gender identity. I find it wrong when you've got a 6-year-old kid who has no idea. He just wants to play and you're confusing him, telling him, yeah, you're a boy, but you could be a girl if you want to be, he said. I mean, if you identify as a tree, I'm going, come on. What are we in? A Kurt Vonnegut... What? I feel like Kurt Vonnegut wouldn't be transphobic. I don't know. It's so absurd. It's gone now to the point of absurdity. Cooper then took aim at the whole woke thing at large, claiming that society has taken progressive language too far. Who's making the rules, he asked. It's getting to the point now where it's laughable. If anybody was trying to make a point on this thing, they turned it into a huge comedy. I don't know one person that agrees with the woke thing. Schools Out singer even shared anti-trans rhetoric about access to public bathrooms, claiming that allowing trans people to use the bathroom that corresponds with their gender identity would lead to violent crimes. A guy can walk into a women's bathroom at any time and just say, I just feel like I'm a woman today, and I have the time and have the time of his life in there. He's just taking advantage of that situation. Somebody's going to get raped. Thank you, Billboard, for pointing out that Cooper's claims. Research shows that gender-affirming care significantly reduces the rates of depression and suicidality among transgender youth. I prefer using the word suicidal ideation just because I can't say suicidality. Meanwhile, medical professionals providing gender-affirming care point out that minors are not able to make these life-altering decisions by themselves. And the Endocrine Society and the World Professional Association for Transgender Health do not recommend gender-affirming surgery for anyone under the age of 18. Why? Why would you even open your mouth and talk about this issue? All right, you guys realize I'm getting ready to hit you with another musician, right? Carlos Santana gives an anti-trans speech during New Jersey concert. Yeah, clinically, a new single's coming out. Yeah. He's got a new album. I saw a promotion for it. Guitarist Carlos Santana of the rock and roll band Santana is under fire on Thursday after comments he made during a recent concert in Atlantic City, New Jersey. They surfaced online. The comments, which Santana has confirmed he made, are considered to by many to be offensive to the transgender community. Do we actually have it? Oh, God.
Or you're lying your ass up. There is no virtual reality. When God made you and me, before we came out of the womb, you know who you are and what you are. Later on, when you grow up and you see things and you start believing that you could be something that it sounds good, but you know it ain't right. Because a woman is a woman and a man is a man.
Why? Why even?
Whatever you want to do in the closet, that's your business. So I'm okay with that. I am like this with my brother Dave Chappelle.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense then. Well. Was Black Magic Woman not about a trans woman? Come on. You've never tasted girl dick? Carlos, I think you're missing out. Just saying. You know all these fucks jack off to trans porn. That's what's so goddamn hypocritical about it. All right, let's go to Atlanta news first, which is outside of Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Oh, one more. Let's do one more music story. Do one more music story before we get out of here, because I got a little clip for you. At least this one's not transphobic. Oliver Anthony's fans have turned on him after the Richmond, north of Richmond singer speaks out in support of diversity. But the real reason I wanted to pull this up is because this is supposedly a man from Appalachia. He's supposed to be from a rural area. And as a hillbilly from Appalachia, I can tell you, I ain't never heard that fucking accent. Where the fuck is this kid from?
I mean, we are the melting pot of the world, and that's what makes us strong, is our diversity, and we need to learn to harness that and appreciate it and not use it as a political tool to keep everyone separate from each other, you know? I mean, we are the melting pot of the world, and that's what makes us strong, is our diversity, and we need to learn to harness that and appreciate it and not use it as a political tool.
That motherfucker is like nowhere from 400-mile radius, 500-mile radius of me. It's impossible. I have no idea where that accent is from. It is not one of ours. He ain't from the holler. Fuck this dude. Fuck this dude. He ain't from no holler I ever been to. I had a woman come, I think it was on my video, say it's clear you've never been to a holler. And my response was, ma'am, you gave yourself away. We would never say been to a holler. It's up a holler. Thank you very much.
And again, just because...
Here we are at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, where Trump is expected to land shortly.
We're just getting an update that the Secret Service has indicated that we're looking at a 20-minute arrival from now. That would tend to fit with what we've been hearing. Now, that would...
About an hour and a half flight.
Taxi, 7:05. Then we have the motorcade. We've been hearing pretty much all day, 7:30 arrival time at Rice Street, and that looks like it's going to be spot on. Again, just to give you...
Down a holler even. Pumpkin Spice, good evening.
Of Signature Aviation. It is what's called an FBO, or fixed-based operator. It's where private...
Pumpkin Spice brought me some of the prettiest bud I've ever seen in my life. It's so white. It's called white truffle.
Jets come in. If you're wondering why he's not at DeKalb Peachtree Airport, PDK, where Rudy Giuliani flew into and out of yesterday on a private jet, that's because Donald Trump doesn't fly a small sort of... you see Citations or Lear jets like you see in the top of the screen there. He flies a much larger aircraft. It's a 757. It's bigger than the 737 you take on Southwest. In fact, the aircraft we're looking at there appears to be similar to in size to a 737. Perhaps.
Yes, Pumpkin Spice is curiouser.
Donald Trump's plane is bigger than that.
Sorry to give you away.
As the aircraft here, meaning the helicopter's repositioning, you're just looking
at... I forget what the fuck you called yourself on Kick.
The camera's on the nose. This is a ground shot now, and you can see some more pictures of the vehicles that are going to be part of the motorcade. Again, the yellow vehicle there that you can see in the lower center of your frame is an airport ambulance.
The witchiest member of the Spice Girl. And hey, Pumpkin Spice, it's that day, isn't it? Didn't Starbucks launch all the Pumpkin Spice shit today? I saw all the white girls posting about it.
You're involved with a president, or now a former president, to have an ambulance there in case there's any incident along the way. They don't have to wait for an ambulance to arrive. So back now to the chopper shot.
Oh, Tones, this shit's amazing.
We have a 72x zoom lens on this helicopter that's allowing us to get these shots. We're not actually that close.
Oh, I bet she loves some pumpkin beer.
Obviously, the helicopter is in constant contact with air traffic control there at Hartsfield-Jackson.
Pumpkin's a beer drinker.
If you're just joining us, we are awaiting the arrival of Donald John Trump, the former president.
It was always funny anytime we went out anywhere, like I would drink the pussy drinks and she's drinking like the stouts.
As part of an indictment handed up by the Fulton County grand jury, he is going to turn himself in to the jail at Rice Street, the Fulton County.
She likes those dark beers. I like a fucking like apple cider.
The other criminal defendant. The difference here is he will have Secret Service protection, and that both will smooth things in some ways and complicate them in others. We are told this is what's going to happen. They will quickly take his weight and height measurements. They will.
One time, she and I we were at a show, and I asked this dude if his hat came with a dick in his mouth.
Camera, here's a live picture of Rice Street. That's the entrance.
She got really pissed at me.
Rice Street itself is closed, and there were just racking the focus here. That's what photographers do. We zoom in, we rack focus, and then we zoom out. But here's your standard shot. So then what's going to happen after those vital information, that sort of height, weight, hair color, eye color is taken down, then what they're going to do is they're going to take his fingerprints electronically. They haven't used ink for a few years now, so you basically just roll your finger on this little sort of laser infrared reader. It's basically glass. They roll each finger.
So it looks like we got another 10-15 minutes. You want me to do
both thumbs, and they take
pull up another story.
That is standard. That's to identify.
Keep it on gate watch here.
And becomes part of the record. And then the last thing would be the mugshot. We have received the mugshots from the previous.
This is the live shot outside of the jail.
Long
hits and a cat break.
The mugshots that have been taken. Here's Mark Meadows, for example.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say, Pumpkin, have you seen Mark Meadows' mugshot? That one's new today. Which cat you want? Smokey and Socks are handy, but I'll run in there and get Maynard if needed. Somebody pick a cat. Fox had me hold him for about 20 minutes during the debate last night. It was insane. I didn't expect him to just stay here the whole time. Say hi to everybody, Soxy boy. Oh, him so sleepy. look who came in here. Look who came in here. It's a Maynard. And it's a Mr. Smokey. Now I'm gonna have cat hair. Cat hair all up my nose. Soxy Boy still looks like he's upset I went and picked him up. Aren't you, Soxy Boy? Oh, camera just went right back into place. Perfect. Okay, we gotta find out what this dude's saying.
He's been spreading as part of his campaign for president, as well as his campaign to defend himself. How he sets that narrative, no one does it better. The master of messaging, former President Donald Trump.
You know, a lot of people have been literally betting over this. There's an over-under.
They are betting on his weight. We find out his real weight tonight.
I'm sort of old enough as a reporter to remember Tom DeLay, the former House Majority.
The Hammer.
I was a reporter in Houston when he was indicted, and he was really the first politician to smile like it was a yearbook photo. There's sort of two schools of thought here, Donald, and it sounds like it's trivial, but there really are two schools of thought that Donald Trump might smile to make it sort of look less serious, or at least...
we do not begrudge anybody their fudge rounds here on this stream, clinically.
Have a more stern look to be like, hey, I'm owning this. I hate to ask you for a prediction, but what do you think is... If he was your client, what would you advise?
Oh, I imagine he's going to be a more welcoming, proud, and assertive face than someone who's really angry.
No, I think he's going to sulk.
Power, because that's part of his brand, as being in control and getting to make as many choices and preserving as many.
You think he's that light?
He is a gentleman that was, you know, to use it.
I was figuring 280, 290.
Born in the briar patch and fought his way. He's been in litigation his entire.
Remember, the dude's tall, right? He's like 6'2".
So it's not a surprise that here, after his term as president and while running for another, this is not someone who's intimidated or scared by litigation, despite this being unlike anything.
I've burnt myself out on Swiss cake rolls.
Largest
I can't eat them anymore.
Opportunity for incarceration that he's ever encountered.
Well, I have a couple of legal questions for you because this has been quite a day. As you know, the courts...
He claims 6'3".
In particular, but the courts, particularly in Fulton...
We will find out. We will get his actual height, his actual weight.
And so, you know, some cases drag on for years.
And his mugshot.
There can be weeks or months between motions. We've had a flurry of motions in the last 24 hours. The first motion was by Kenneth Chesbrough,
Cheesebro,
who was accused of being part of this
chainsaw. Yes, you are modded now.
Filed a motion for a speedy trial. Now, you know this better than I do. In Georgia, if you file for a motion for speedy trial, a clock starts ticking, right? How long is that clock?
Absolutely.
Do you feel moderated? Yeah, I've probably had like 20 boxes of Swiss cake rolls since I moved into this apartment, and I've burnt myself out on them.
The case within the appropriate time. Otherwise, the state loses its ability. It forfeits its ability to pursue the charges included in that indictment. And as we saw today, Judge...
Well, they said there was a weather delay, but it looks like we're going to be like right on time.
Cheese Bros. And it's going to be absolutely fascinating how everyone reacts, because currently, and this may change, this story is evolving faster than anything I've ever seen. Right now, Kenneth Chesbrough has a trial date.
I'm like 170.
In front of Judge McAfee on the counts he is facing. Whether anybody else is there, whether he stands by.
Warlord, we're on the local news station. They had the shot outside of the airport just a few minutes ago.
Well, so here we have the order, and it says an October 23rd trial that would be essentially the day we start jury selection, right? If it's October 23rd?
Absolutely. That's what the judge's order.
This is Atlanta News First.
Trial order going in line with pretty much all other trial scheduling.
Oatmeal cream pies are probably my favorite.
Unambiguous. There's no questions that can be asked about when things are due, when people are required to have certain items performed, and it's enforceable. By giving notice to everyone this far in advance, no one involved can claim they weren't ready, they weren't prepared. It also places the case due to a speediness.
His glasses remind me. I didn't give you your meme of the day.
Lawyers may be having.
So if they have other cases on their calendar, they're going to have to park those.
A speedy trial is a great way to jump some of the conflict issues any case involving 19 co-defendants.
Who doesn't love a good cream pie?
Josh, then what does this mean for the other 18 defendants, including Donald Trump?
I'm going to assume.
Ladies, you got to quit coming in here talking about cream pies.
I want to jump in and join Mr. Cheesebro. Right now, we're hearing that people are objecting to this. And there may be objections because they want Mr. Cheesebro tried with their client, or they may be objecting and supporting.
This is Kenneth Cheesebro, by the way.
That trial obviously would give a firm snapshot of the state's case against the remaining defendants, a free look at what Fani Willis is going to bring against the remaining defendants.
So in other words, just seeing this, if you're Donald Trump's attorneys, you basically get to, it's sort of like going to the football game the week before the game to see the opponent and see what plays they have.
Exactly. And Mr. Cheesebro faces far fewer counts than President Trump. He's only limitedly.
Oh, you actually did a raid? You can raid on YouTube? Welcome, raiders.
It would.
I didn't know that was a thing on YouTube.
Still a
welcome in.
Fani Willis's office is going to proceed on this. They are going.
If you are new here, my name is JustinFREAKIN. We find out what that news be doing. We troll the news, I like to say. Some people ask me my political beliefs. I always say whatever political persuasion allows me to piss in Dan Crenshaw's open eye hole. Give me that eye, pussy, sir. That should give you a good idea of what to expect over here on this stream. Oh, shit.
Remedies involved in trial management.
Well, the only reason I'm looking off screen, just if you're watching, right now.
You're preparing for a landing.
I'm watching, there's no shot to really show you right now, but I'm watching our helicopter shot, which is scanning the skies, but because we're expecting Donald Trump 757, tail number November 757 Alpha Foxtrot, to show up at any moment coming in from the east, and the moment it does, we will cut to that shot. In the meantime, let me just lay it out real quick, Josh, for folks at home who may not understand all the legal wranglings.
Is this guy a drag queen?
Trial.
I feel like that's what every drag queen looks like without their makeup.
Essentially, he filed a speedy trial motion, and some people think it may be like freezing the kicker.
God, I'm horrible. I should not.
Motion, you're forcing.
Sorry, I love you, queens.
It's basically you say I did these crimes. Let's go to trial.
Oh, retired drag queen.
The prosecutor, the DA, might say, "Hey, I'm not ready yet." Instead, Fani Willis filed a motion saying, "Yep, we're ready. In fact, we want to try all 19 defendants on October 23rd." That led to Donald Trump's lawyers, including his new legal team.
They had a whole the Secret Service had a whole thing laid out of like how long they would taxi on the runway.
We haven't even been arraigned yet on these charges. We haven't even had a plea yet. We don't want to be part of this. And then also saying they're going to have a motion to sever. And what sever means is simply to separate the cases so they're not all tried together. So if this was your client, you'd say, no, I want to be tried separately. What's the advantage of being tried separately?
Oh, you get a lot of ability to point at the empty chair. You're going to be dealing with a much more limited context of the evidence presented. Judges will limit evidence to what's relevant for the charges brought. So they don't get to tell the story of all 19 co-defendants for someone that's just facing certain portions of the overarching conspiracy. It's actually doubling, tripling, or magnifying the work Fani Willis's office must perform, but at the same time, it's a dry run for the state against one defendant standing by themselves. So they'll go through that evidence, work on how it's going to be presented, kind of like a mini focus group.
Producer Dave would make an excellent drag queen.
From the helicopter. Now, look, this is a hazy telephone.
Media winch should dress him up sometime.
We're hearing, okay, that's just, that looks like...
Yeah, that's not Trump.
Airliner. We're scanning the skies. I have a friend who is actually tracking the flight right now, another journalist. And
you said friend.
At last indication, we're dropping at 4,900 feet and approaching from, you can see there's a couple of helicopters here in the sky. Just to sort of point where we are here, this is the east side of the airport. This is the northernmost runway. The aircraft are landing from the east to the west. Again, to orient you, that's I-75.
I do not think there's a Prigozhin thing going to happen tonight.
And if you've flown in, this is when you're flying in. If you've flown into ATL, you're looking out the right window and seeing downtown.
Atlanta.
If you're on the sort of, I guess that would be the starboard side of the aircraft, you'd be seeing downtown Atlanta. Again, to orient you, that's the Porsche.
I'm sorry to burst your bubble, clinically.
We are expecting any moment Donald Trump's plane.
I'm assuming Putin is rooting for a Donald Trump second term.
Crews across the city right now.
Warlord, we're watching it.
The airport. This is sort of typical hazy conditions here for a heat wave, the heat dome that's been over Atlanta. So this is why we keep scanning back and forth. You know, I've run one of these FLIR cameras in the helicopter, and you know, you've got to
also not Trump.
Focus, check the shot, zoom out. That's just a Frontier flight. They're checking.
We should be getting him landing any second now.
And the camera operator are also listening to air traffic control. And there's multiple air traffic control frequencies, but one of them is simply the approach control frequency. And so I'm sure they have both of those up right now. They're both talking to the tower in terms of maneuvering.
So ABC News said 2 hours. I said an hour. It would split the difference. It was about an hour and a half flight. Hour and a half flight from Newark to Atlanta.
That's our microwave transmitter there that's in the shot, and we're rotating around. And as we do, we're continuing to scan the skies because we are expecting now, really at any moment, we're hearing touchdown.
Any second.
That was the projected touchdown. And, okay.
That'd be right at 7 o'clock.
6:55, they were over Conyers at 4,900 feet. That would indicate a descent. So it does look like we've got the aircraft coming in now.
He's here somewhere clinically. It's just a little foggy.
You know, look, we're tracking this like it's, you know, there's a news helicopter, another news helicopter, perhaps a police helicopter in the shot. You're wondering, hey, why are we giving you minute by minute? Because this is a
Once again, I've got a second feed over here. I do not actually.
Who is about to land in Atlanta?
Oh damn!
To be booked into jail. Again, he won't spend a minute behind bars, but he will be custodially arrested. He won't be put in handcuffs.
Probably should have set that up beforehand, shouldn't I?
He will be arrested, and then he will be released on bond. That's a Delta flight coming in, and we're just about to toss to our ongoing coverage on Atlanta News First. We are going to have a 7 p.m. show that is going to stream.
That's it.
Stick with this stream. So if you're outside of our area, outside of our viewing area, you can see us right here on this stream in continuing coverage.
Boom.
We have teams all over the city. We have a crew at the courthouse. We have multiple crews at the...
That's outside the jail?
News helicopter here that's getting these shots. And...
This is the airport.
Of course, we have...
they don't make handcuffs small enough for his tiny hands.
Provide context because...
Flip right out of them. They got to use the baby cuffs.
It's important to point out that former President Donald Trump...
You know all these cops have kid-sized handcuffs.
This is how the American system works.
We have enough school shooters in this country.
It is an historic night in Atlanta. The former president of the United States will be arrested and processed right here in Fulton County. I'm Tracy Hutchins.
I'm Alan Devlin. We're talking about Donald Trump. Take a look. Our camera's live right now at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. We're getting word that the former president's plane is expected to land at any moment now. From here, he will make his way to the Fulton County Jail.
He is just one of 19 people indicted last
night. And I had to shave my head for like the least serious of the charges.
Related to alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election right here in Georgia.
Our crew's live tonight to walk you through what's happening right now as it happens and what to expect as this case moves forward.
Let's get straight out to Atlanta News First political reporter Doug Reardon. He's at the Fulton County Jail. Doug, you've been covering this story for us for weeks now, and this is the fourth time
I just said when he got arrested.
Through this process this year alone.
Yeah, it certainly is, guys, but this time will be very different for the former president for a number of different reasons. We expect...
Oh, I don't want to lose the Fu Manchu.
his own social media site that he would be arriving here at 7:30, and why this will be different from his other cases.
But all right, I'll do it. I'll put that up for you.
To come here to be booked and processed.
I'll put that up for you guys. There you go. Should Trump actually see the inside of a cell, I will go baby-faced. I usually do not do that. Even when I need to get rid of the Fu Manchu to be more professional, I just grow the beard out and then shave it down to a low-cut beard. Like, I never go baby-face. So I will do that for you guys. Should Trump see the inside of a jail cell, I will go baby-faced. Holy shit, I can't believe I'm saying that. I'm gonna have to fucking shave my Fu Manchu off. I haven't shaved this thing in years. I've had a Fu Manchu since, like, I graduated college. I'll shave my back. So not just in his house, an actual jail cell. Should he see an actual jail cell, I go baby-faced.
Yesterday, it was absolute mayhem when he gave a press conference just behind me where we're standing now. And of course, we know that there was another big development here in this case today. October 23rd, that is going to be the first court date for one of these defendants. That was something that came down on the court filing document system today. I know we've talked about it in past hours, but that will be for Kenneth Chesborough. Interestingly enough, he was the first person to turn himself in here at the Fulton County Jail. And of course, as we await...
Was that Trump Force One? Here, the colors, I don't think that's the logo.
And I'm being told, actually...
Is that it? That's it. That is it. I'm sorry, that's not a logo, that's the flag.
Airport, so we're going to let you take a look at that now. We'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Here we go.
Guys, back to you.
This is a live look right there at former President Donald Trump's private plane. He's flying in from Bedminster, the golf club there in New Jersey. He has an estate there that he...
I am against you clinically. I want to see him face all this shit.
On the side of the plane there, again, will be landing in just moments there at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. So these were...
Why didn't say Jim Pop? He'll be kept separate.
Right now. And once the president...
But he may actually see a jail cell.
All expected to happen very, very quickly, Alan. He will land there at the airport, and of course there will be a motorcade down to the Fulton County Jail where he will be processed, and this whole thing, again, is expected to happen very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And so anybody here in Atlanta, you know, going to and from, let's say, the jail where he's headed from Hartsfield-Jackson usually is about 14 miles, about a 14-mile route in rush hour.
It's about 50 minutes
to 45 minutes. This is going to be a presidential motorcade. All former presidents, as you know, get that same treatment for the duration of their lives. And APD, along with all of the corresponding and surrounding agencies, are out there to protect the president and ensure that that is a clear route directly to the jail and then directly back to the airport. As Tracy, you were just saying, Trump right there on the side of that plane, no mistaking, this is the former president. Trump Force One is actually what he refers to, his Boeing plane as it lands here at Hartsfield. This is going to be a quick process. He could be in and out as quickly as 2 or 3 hours when it comes down to being in Atlanta. The normal route you'd expect is right up I-85 north for the president, but of course they're not going to tell us where that route's going to be. So we'll...
A lot, clinically, a lot.
Happening in real time, that is to protect the president. And
I wouldn't doubt it's like $100,000 a day just to move him somewhere.
In that motorcade with him. He's
if not more.
By his team the entire time, including the lawyer that we just learned he appointed today, Sadow, who's now stepping in for Finling. He will be in that motorcade, likely in the same vehicle as the president, Tracy, as they make their way.
Does the airport lose income? Because, like,
actually, the former president,
they don't really have to shut it down. They take them straight off of the plane and, like, they don't ever go towards the airport compound, right?
Very important because they try
Joey,
to,
good evening.
the attorney's office, of course, with law enforcement, of course, with Donald Trump's team.
Well, it's not really a new one because we've seen it 3 other times.
You know, here in Atlanta, there really is no time.
This is the fourth time he's surrendering to authorities in as many months.
Negotiated.
Oh, there's no takeoffs or landings. We saw planes.
As quickly as possible without shutting down the entire city.
Oh, when he's on the tarmac, okay.
Is expected to happen within a matter of just 2 hours or so, and
well, that's pretty quick though, because like we were looking for his plane, and there were 2 other planes they were focused on.
Process said to be like any other average person who's booked into the jail. That, in some ways, is the case, in some ways is not. As we know, for a lot of people who are waiting their day in court, waiting for their arraignment, waiting for this process, it doesn't happen this quickly for them.
Have any of you guys ever seen the president speak? It is wild.
Donald Trump.
But like mine was pre 9/11.
Of course, we do have reporters out.
Oh shit! I was I post 9/11 too. I saw Bush.
In preparation for this
W.
day. We've been looking at shots there.
I've met Clinton, and
the street is cordoned off. You know, when we have a big,
I was in attendance for a Bush speech.
Event, they essentially barricade the street with, say, large dump trucks, in this case, large buses, and everything is cordoned off. There are a number of deputies on scene there, and a number of people making sure that this is all kept down, kept peacefully in front of the Rice Street jail, and that nothing happens.
Exactly. And this is one of the most significant, if not the single most significant day of coverage when it comes for every police officer and law enforcement.
There's young Justin. There is Bill Clinton.
And Tracy, you mentioned his arrival at that jail. I do not want it to be understated.
Young Justin got to shake hands with Bill Clinton.
The former president is in custody.
Yes, that airport is huge. It is one of the largest in the country.
And I'll tell you, we are going to keep our eyes on the plane because he's going to be deplaning here in the next several minutes, a very quick process. He's going to be inside that jail in the next probably 45 minutes, I would say. Tracy, a straight shot to the jail. He's going to get a mug shot taken, likely, according to the sheriff. They say this is going to be like any other process. There's going to be...
Buzzy, good evening.
Fingerprints, everything.
Saw his acceptance speech. That's fucking awesome. That was a cool speech. That was a really neat setup they had.
Former president. Like I said, we've got reporters spread out all over this area.
That kid kind of looks like me.
Courthouse in the jail, Atlanta.
Indeed.
Brittany Ford right now, one of our reporters who's actually at the airport right outside where that plane is.
But it is wild to walk up to a building where there are snipers. Very clearly visible, and you know there's more that aren't visible.
And what I can say, it's been a smooth process so far. We're now waiting for that, as you mentioned, deplaning process to begin. We've seen Trump's motorcade ready and in place to escort him to the Fulton County Jail, where he will be booked. But I can tell you, there has been a heavy show of law enforcement in anticipation of Donald Trump's arrival here at Hartsville-Jackson. We've seen Georgia State Patrol, Atlanta Police, and the Fulton.
So this is the live shot. Trump has just landed. You shook Prince Andrew's hand? Ooh.
What will happen next?
Giving me hell about Bill Clinton. Which, I mean, are they any different?
2 minutes ago,
they were both friends with Epstein.
On standby for what will be the deplaning process of former President Donald Trump as he heads to the Fulton County Jail in this historic indictment process. But again, right now things seem to be very calm. We've seen, law enforcement turn their lights on. They've gotten into position again, the motorcade in position. But now we're just awaiting those critical moments where he will deplane and now make his way to the Fulton County Jail. But again, we'll stay on top of the situation at the airport.
Deplane.
And bring you the latest. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Brittany, thank you. As we take a live look right there on
Prince Andrew is a nice fella.
Right side of your screen, you can see Trump Force One there on the tarmac as the former president gets ready to deplane. A number of other members of Trump's core group, of course, landing there with him on the tarmac. And this process will be pretty quick.
And there's the motorcade.
Yeah, we see the motorcade driving up. So, of course, they will get as close to that plane as possible. And the former president will get in there there in one of those vehicles, one of those SUVs.
So I assume that's the press corps, because, like, remember, this is a campaign event.
Has a high profile himself.
Yeah.
He's represented a number of clients in other RICO cases, and more than likely, this is why the former president and some members of his, some of his close team members wanted to get an attorney like this who has this kind of experience. There's a number of cars in that motorcade right there. This is something
far more than we saw the last time.
On the freeway, as Atlanta News First Chopper kind of tracks this down. We have a lot.
There were only about 4 or 5 in the motorcade last time.
A number of people getting off the plane there. We will watch and wait as the former.
God, there was like 20 vehicles.
This whole process expected to be pretty quick because the former president agreed to a $200,000 bond release earlier this week, and he only had to come up with 10% of that.
Yeah.
So some $20,000, and that is standard here in Fulton County. But that is something that, of course, we are waiting and watching to see. Because this is a historic day. The nation is.
Yeah, I don't know how they do bond in Georgia.
And in Fulton County.
Giuliani had to go to a bail bondsman. Some states require you to go through a bail bondsman.
18 other defendants right now, and of course we do want to.
Some states just allow you to put up 10%.
You know, everyone is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. There is still a trial that needs to happen. No telling how long that could drag out. Of course, there has been one of the defendants who requested an earlier trial, and DA Fonnie Willis went to a judge. A judge agreed. You know what? Yep. You want that? You got it. Be careful what you ask for. October 23rd. So started that part of that process.
They worked it out with they worked the conditions of bond out.
18 of those defendants.
It was a bond agreement that they worked out with the DA, but it was what the DA asked for.
Wait and watch. And no doubt, this is an opportunity for the former president as he runs for political office.
Well, in some states, you post 10%. That's all you're required to post. And if you don't show up, you're liable for the whole amount. In other states, you're required to go through a bail bondsman, and you had to put up the whole fucking thing.
That was absent in the room that was most notable, and everyone else.
And then the bail bondsman charges you 10%. It's weird.
I think in recent polls, up by as much as
40%.
40
points.
He had no need to be at the debate last night. He didn't. And, you know, when we talk about, there are some people who say, yes, you know, he could possibly use a mugshot in this case as
well, negotiate isn't really the word.
Bolster his campaign.
He didn't get to negotiate either.
Me, you could be next. Yeah. We've heard that rhetoric before, and that could be what is used possibly once if the former president has a mugshot taken.
Agreed, clinically.
The process in Fulton County, we don't expect it to be.
If you're just joining us, Trump has just landed in Atlanta.
Going to happen fingerprinted.
You should see him emerge from the plane any second now.
And attorney Joy Lim-Nakrim, she's standing by in our newsroom. And Joy, as we await the former president to step off of Trump Force One, you know, you have a number of legal experts there with you. What is the thought process today? Because this is expected to be a quick process for the former president as he gets off.
Yeah, we are expecting a statement.
County Jail.
So we'll stick with it until he gives whatever
expected to be a fairly quick process
statement he's going to give afterwards.
It's very interesting because on one hand, we keep hearing this, you know, this kind of storyline that the former president is going to be processed and booked and fingerprinted and his mugshot taken just like any other criminal defendant, but that's not exactly true because,
Enjoy.
you know,
what up, Mr. Criminal?
Cut you off really quickly. As the former president just got off of the plane. I apologize, Joy. I want to make sure our viewers can see this right now. Here is the president giving a thumbs up as he walks down that staircase and likely will very quickly move into that motorcade.
Clinically, watch what you say. Remember, he's still under Secret Service protection.
And there he goes into the motorcade. The clock starts as soon as that door closes, and he is on his way to the Fulton County Jail. You can see Secret Service right now moving the camera, saying, get back or get out of the way. We're going to stay with this shot and see exactly where they're moving them. Looks like they're walking underneath Trump Force One, and you can see the team now moving under the plane. This is back from the Atlanta.
Yep, that's exactly how it works when there's a bail bondsman, and it's a scam. Because in like Kentucky,
current or former president, they look about.
You just put up the 10%. You put it up yourself, right?
Sometimes to ensure everything is needed. So
you'll have like a $10,000 bond. You put up $1,000.
That Escalade, that Cadillac Escalade, to make his way to the jail, where the next step, Tracy, is going to be getting processed, likely getting a mugshot.
Well, we know that the threat's not credible. However, you know the way the law enforcement agencies like to treat leftists.
Ray Smith, David Schaefer, Kathy Latham, John Eastman, Scott Hall, Harrison Floyd, every single one of them has had a mugshot. And I want to point out, Harrison Floyd remains in jail. He did not reach a bond agreement, but the former president right here has reached a bond agreement. Like you said, $200,000.
In Tennessee, they require you to go through a bail bondsman. You can't put it up yourself.
His process will not.
And that's bullshit.
Inmates at the Fulton County Jail who can spend upwards of 60 days on average, whether they're indicted or not. He's going to be in and out. He's a former president, and yet the Fulton
There is an ambulance in the motorcade, apparently.
Have made it very clear they're going to treat him as close to every other citizen as they possibly can. The next steps here, Tracy, as we can assume, is that this motorcade is going to start moving here very quickly right up to the jail.
Pretty quickly, and as we saw the former president step off the plane, pretty indicative of how he has been, giving a wave and a thumbs up, and as you mentioned, probably some reporters shouted some questions, more than likely.
I wonder if that's pretty standard. Is there usually a,
and hopefully we'll be able to
ambulance behind the president? I guess that would make sense.
Previously that he might possibly make some statements to reporters. We will see if that in fact happens, and that motorcade about to take off, and we'll find out exactly.
See, like cool states let you put up the 10% yourself.
The Rice Street Jail in downtown.
Shitty states make you go through a bail bondsman.
Joy, we want to head back to you again, and apologies for interrupting you, but
apparently Georgia lets you put up the 10% yourself.
Of his own private plane there.
So that would be Trump putting up 20 grand, because as I speculated, he ain't got 200 grand.
This is huge. This will no doubt block some traffic along the freeway there. So again, Joy, we're going to head back to Joy in just a bit as we watch this motorcade. Head out. Brittany Ford is right outside the airport there. Brittany, what are you seeing? All right, we may not have Brittany right now. She may be.
So for a normal person, the ride is usually about 45 minutes.
Because of Secret Service, who knows? The cameras as well may have had to move.
Apparently for Trump, it's going to be about a 15-minute ride.
But we're watching this all happen. And let's go back to the indictment that was just last week. And of course, DA Fani Willis gave all the defendants up until tomorrow at noon to turn themselves in. A number already have, but there are 13 felony counts against the former president, including the Georgia RICO, violating that act, kind of more or less a catch-all. In a way to cast a...
Yeah, that makes sense that an ambulance would always be there.
3 counts of solicitation of violation of oath of office by a public officer, 1 count of conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, 2 counts of conspiracy. So the list goes on and on. We want to go back to Atlanta News First anchor and attorney Joy Lim-Nakrin as we watch this motorcade head to the Fulton County Jail. Joy, back to our previous question, when we talk about how expeditious this whole process.
For our British viewers, do our systems of roads kind of
and that's
trip you guys out?
Just the timing in itself, and just kind of the fact that this is going to be an expedited booking process, really flies in the face of this narrative that we've heard, which is that the former president is going to be booked and processed as if as like any other criminal defendant, in terms of doing the paperwork, the fingerprinting, the mugshot, etc. Certainly, the average criminal defendant who is placed under arrest, either by surrender.
So apparently heading north on
County Jail typically faces a
I think
wait
this is
time of
I-81.
several hours, 8 hours in many cases is what we've been
They're
able
getting
to gather
on
from
I-81.
certainly several criminal defense attorneys who routinely work out of the Fulton County Jail. So the fact that this is being done so efficiently, it kind of speaks for itself in terms of how the former president is being treated. In addition to that, look, average criminal defendants don't get escorted by Secret Service agents, right? So, there's a whole other level of protocol that's involved in all this. Another unique feature of how this is all happening is that bond arrangements have already been reached for most of these defendants, and I should point out that Harrison Floyd, who's the leader of the organization Black Voices for Trump, is actually being held, and there's some speculation as to why. But of course, 11 others have already turned themselves out on bond, and by and large, bond agreements have been reached for most of these 19 defendants, and all of them are charged under Georgia's RICO Act. So that's something.
There's you some cheese, bro.
Criminal defense attorneys, or even prosecutors for that matter, but particularly criminal defense attorneys who routinely argue cases in Fulton County Court, routinely,
Sydney Powell.
At the Fulton County Jail, bond on RICO charges.
Oh, Rudy.
Often unheard of in many of these cases. For instance, in YSL, majority of the defendants did not have bond, and here, obviously, a very, very different situation. So it will be interesting to see how the process unfolds. And if there is a mugshot taken, I mean, there's no reason to believe that there wouldn't be, because we've seen the mugshots released for the other.
Gotta catch them all.
Have surrendered themselves. But that would remain to be seen. But it's not necessarily something that would have to come from the sheriff. And it just kind of, we're talking a bit about the expeditious nature of this process, not just the booking, but now we've got this news of this speedy trial request granted, that the trial has now been moved up to October 23rd, at least, for now. And that's all because of the motion for a speedy trial that was filed by the legal team for Kenneth Chesbrough, one of the attorneys for the former president. And,
I don't. If his name is Chesbrough, I don't give a shit. I'm calling him Cheesebro.
October 23rd.
They're on 81 now. That is totally the interstate.
And District Attorney Fonnie Willis didn't have to agree, but she did. She said, okay, we could do October 23rd. Clearly, she was ready. After a 2-year-long investigation, she was ready to go and ready to deal with a trial that was pushed months ahead of time. But it's something that's going to be interesting to see is how this is.
Once you get into the actual city, it's like a concrete fucking corridor too.
What that means is because of this,
so fucking ugly.
By one defendant, now all 18 or 19, I should say, and 18 others would potentially be on trial October 23rd. Do I believe at the end of the day that's going to happen? Well, I would anticipate to see.
You have the shot outside of the jail
for severance, so that the other defendants
pulled up on the other screen.
Dissociated from Kenneth Chesbrough, if he wants to have his trial start October 23rd,
I got you covered. I've got multiple streams going on over here.
Or the other co-defendants can file for a motion for severance, so that the trials can be held separately for the other defendants.
Yeah, it sounds good. Yeah, that makes sense that we're here tracking all this. The legality component of this is so complex, and it's moving so fast, which makes it even more difficult. We're keeping our eyes peeled.
Everybody's making comments, and I'm like, no, I want him to endure this.
Moving up I-85, not a single car on that highway going northbound, Tracy.
Well, and this is what happens whenever we have a president.
God damn, what a headache that is in Atlanta.
Enforcement agencies move ahead of that motorcade, and they're blocking off entrances onto the freeway so they can have a free and clear route, and that is clearly what we've seen right here in order to make that process go that much faster. So they really have the entire freeway at their disposal. So we do have reporters all across the metro right now covering this story. Let's head out to Atlanta News First reporter.
I cannot stress to you that traffic would be bumper to bumper right now.
To see the former president.
Atlanta traffic is horrible.
In a matter of minutes, they are moving quickly down.
I say this from personal experience.
And all eyes will be watching Atlanta when that happens, Tracy. This is really the crowd where everyone is standing right now over here. This is where we had a chance to talk with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who came from the front entrance of the Fulton County Jail to address the media and everybody who has been here to spectate what is now turned into a historical event. Now, this is something we've been talking about, and I had a chance to ask Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has been a long supporter of the former president. I've had a chance to speak with her about why she was here and if she's been in communication with the former president, and she said that
rush hour or not, it doesn't matter. Atlanta traffic is always bumper to bumper.
Outraged, and that he is a victim.
Last time I was there, I left at like 1:30 in the morning, so I avoided it, and it was still bumper to bumper.
About whether or not she heard any of the information as far as DA Fani Willis getting that court filing approved by Judge McAfee, and she says, my message to Fani Willis today is that I'm going to make sure that she loses her job.
That's what I meant by concrete corridor. Like,
through the Judiciary Committee.
That concrete wall on each side going down I-81.
This is a devastating day for America. Georgia is embarrassed and ashamed.
I want him. I don't want him to croak
after an arrest
from natural causes. I don't want anybody to take him out. I want him to go through this court case. I want him to go through all 4 of these court cases. I want to see him imprisoned.
Now, just a few other key points I want to mention that came out of that interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene. She said that the charges in the indictment are fake charges against former President Donald Trump. And she says that right now they're just making sure that they can show support for the former president. And lastly, when she was walking away, I said, is former President Donald Trump going to address the media out here at all? And she says he is going to address the media. Now, whether or not that's confirmed, we are going to have to work on that. But those are words from Marjorie Taylor Greene. So I will be standing there to see if the former president is going to address.
Well, as Jim Cornette says clinically, hate is a hell of a motivator.
Fulton County Jail
and that's how he feels that he will outlive Vince Russo.
You're not the only one out there. Atlanta News First political reporter Doug Reardon has been out there as well since noon today, and it has only gotten more and more chaotic leading up to this moment right here. I want to bring in Doug right now. Doug, talk to us. What
Doug,
it
man,
like as the president now probably less than 10 minutes from your location.
Right. Yeah, Alan, we've got this.
Oh, you seem so excited.
Watching just like everybody else for that motorcade to pull up here to the Rice Street entrance of the Fulton County Jail. As we have learned a little bit more about the president's whereabouts, we learned he was getting off the plane. And we're learning now he's just about 10 minutes away now here from the jail. Things
I just told you that.
Really quite pensive and tense out here. A lot of the crowd at every movement, every single pair of cop cars that is coming up through the Rice Street entrance, everyone kind of pauses and takes out their phones and gets their cameras ready. What will happen is the motorcade will come up this street, which is blocked off on both ends here to allow for just the people who are here.
Politically, he's hoping he gets activated.
About 2 hours ago, he will go in through this main entrance and go back this road here to the jail, where he will, again, as Joy has been saying, have somewhat of an expedited process as compared to other detainees here at the jail. And keep in mind, guys, that the president is actually early. The deadline for them to turn themselves in, all 19 defendants here in this case, is tomorrow at noon. And there are still outstanding defendants who have yet to do this, of course.
He did this today for a very specific reason.
By far.
Because he will dominate the headlines today as opposed to the debate that was last night. Even look at us. We didn't really even talk about the debate.
If anyone misses that noon deadline, we, of course, learned today also that October 23rd will be the date for that trial. That is far earlier than the originally proposed date of March, just before the presidential primary. There is some commotion down the other end of Rice Street here. As I said, guys, this is a very touch and go situation as everybody watches the same live stream waiting for this motorcade to arrive here. And of course, we will keep you updated throughout the evening, before, during, and after the former president arrives here at Rice Street. But we'll send it back to the studio for now and keep you updated. I expect we'll see you in a couple minutes.
Yeah, it won't be long now.
5 or 6 minutes out, Warlord.
Atlanta University Center just passed by Morehouse College and the stadium there. So they are really in the heart of Atlanta. And again, all the streets are cleared in order to make this process go as quickly as possible. Again, expected to not take very long from touchdown till when there's wheels up on the former president's plane. Only expected to take about an hour and a half, probably less than 2 hours altogether.
Yeah. And this is something that's been orchestrated months and months out. As soon as his team, as soon as Secret Service knew he would be making a trip to Atlanta, everything started to go into action as far as the preparations to get this ready, to keep the president protected, to keep everybody involved protected, including all of those protesters and supporters who are awaiting his arrival at the Fulton County.
People out on the side of the street.
7:29, just about to be 7:30. He said he would be turning himself in.
There's a Trump sign on that fence.
At 7:30, so we are in the final minutes here. Atlanta News First is going to continue to bring you this live coverage as it unfolds, as we track the former president making his way to the Fulton County Jail. Something else I want to say, Tracy.
Making my way downtown.
He's about to arrive there. Rice Street has been in the spotlight here for years and years for all the wrong reasons. They're currently under investigation by the Department of Justice for the conditions inside the jail, the same conditions the former president is about to step into here in the next 5 minutes, I should say, because they are moving very quickly right through downtown Atlanta. And there have been 7 deaths in the jail. Just this year alone, upwards of 30 deaths in the jail in the last 5 years or so, 4 or 5 years since 2018.
God damn.
And that has been a target for the former president. He's criticized the district attorney, he's criticized the sheriff himself, he's criticized the sheriff's office, and now here he is about to be a part of that system, a part of that gear that he has been taking shots at here since he was indicted.
Well, for as much as he actually can be,
Exactly.
because, you know, the jail will essentially be closed off and cordoned off, and only the necessary people will be there. He's not going to see the roughest part of that jail by any means, of course. But look, from this shot here on the ground, we can see that motorcade passing through, a number of people holding their phones up, trying to get some quick shots. A lot of people watching this as it unfolds. Again, history being made where we have a former president coming to Metro Atlanta, turning himself into the jail, facing charges, a number of charges for allegedly trying to overturn an election here in our state. We have a number of...
Apparently I can't change the stream title
on this story,
midstream.
including Chief Investigator Brendan Keefe.
I was going to.
Been looking into this, and Brendan, I know this is just fascinating, you know, to see history unfold like this. Some of your thoughts as you watch this.
You know, this hits differently for us because we live here. This is our community. And now you see the former president, the 45th president of the United States, driving down the streets we drive to turn himself into jail. And while they've said that he's going to be treated like any other defendant, obviously not every other defendant has Secret Service protection. He's entitled to lifetime Secret Service protection.
Reagan?
So instead of a typical defendant being brought to the jail in a police car, this defendant...
And us leftists have made his attempted assassin a star.
With those highways shut down, with the road shut down.
Flash, good evening. You got here just in time. Trump is pulling in to the jail.
Because this isn't a court hearing.
You're just a couple minutes in. Here we go. Here we go.
The entrance of the jail. And he's going to essentially have his height taken, his weight taken. They'll write down his hair and eye color. Then what they'll do is they'll electronically fingerprint him with it's like sort of a piece of glass scanner, not ink. Then his mugshot will be taken, and we will get that because under the Open Records Act, it's public record in Georgia.
All right, let's head out to Atlanta News First. Patrick Quinn, he's on the ground. He's also been covering this story and a number of those issues.
Yes, we're taking bets on his weight.
Right, he has traveling precedent.
We're going to find out his real weight for the first time.
This is the large motorcade that we saw on the ground when the former president landed at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. They are now going.
Temp is going with 269. I wouldn't doubt it's up to 280.
County Jail. This is the intake center, the primary area where defendants go to start the booking process. And we saw roughly 30 or so motorcycles at the start of this motorcade, followed by many more SUVs. And presumably the former president is now heading into the jail right now where he will begin that booking process. But it all just happened here within the last 20 seconds. You just watched it. There has been a ton of security on the ground here. Secret Service plenty of deputies from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office all anticipating this moment, and it has only increased in security as that motorcade got closer and closer to the Fulton County Jail. And now the former president
here we go
is headed inside. We just saw him go through the gates here, and he will begin that booking process, and we'll be standing right here watching to see how long this takes.
So once again, there is no arraignment. I found that out this week. Georgia does not do arraignment at the same time as booking.
His experience,
one of the very few municipalities to do that.
Compared to the average inmate, where the
this really is going to be in and out.
5 days.
Fingerprint, height, mugshot,
and out as part of this expedited booking process within a matter of probably under an hour. They have certainly controlled the area to allow this to be as quick and seamless as a process.
I think it's above 275.
Saw the former president in his motorcade go into the Fulton County Jail at the Jefferson Street entrance. This is the intake.
This is the only what we're listening to audio of.
And Patrick, I'm
Atlanta News First here. I think they're on a helicopter.
Looking from the Atlanta News First chopper's vantage point, I see a number of buses kind of lined up, and we know that street has been blocked off. There's a number of security precautions that have been taken. Any idea of the reason for the buses?
Speed run a T-shirt.
Right where the motor.
You want me to be the first to have a T-shirt up? Is that what you're saying?
Right. Well, one side is completely blocked off by that bus that you're seeing. We saw that move in roughly 2 hours ago to completely block traffic one direction here.
Well, hold on, let me get Photoshop open then.
Gas
the other one.
And when we came back, we were met by Secret Service, and initially they said we weren't allowed back in. Once we explained that we were media, they did allow us to come back to our gear, and they said starting at 5 o'clock this evening, that's when they really stopped any formal traffic going through this area, and they were certainly ramped up their security measures. So Secret Service is here, plenty of deputies from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, and I'm sure this presence will remain as long as it takes for the former president to go through that booking process.
All right, Patrick, thank you. We know Rice Street blocked off on kind of both sides. They essentially have that location locked down. And we're referencing kind of the intake area where
I fucked my Photoshop up
to walk into. So we're watching that as well.
Trying to rearrange things so
Atlanta News First,
you guys can see.
And anchor Joylem Nakran. And as you're watching this too, again, a fairly quick process, but what are your thoughts as you see this all unfold, Joy?
Ah, God damn it.
What if highways were shut down for every other criminal defendant, right? I mean, you know, it certainly, it's hard to argue that the former president is being treated as other criminal defendants would be. I mean, certainly there are arguments as to why he should be treated differently for, you know, obvious safety concerns. But I'm very curious to see how quickly this happens. Also very interesting that, you know, while we know we were talking a little bit earlier about how Kenneth Chesebro successfully motioned for a speedy trial.
We have been, well, I say we, the entire South has been under an air quality alert the last couple of days.
You know, it was actually the former President Trump who filed a motion in opposition to that.
Not exactly close to Atlanta, but I'm not exactly far either.
Back, essentially, not okay to start trial October 23rd. So that's very interesting.
But it has been incredibly hazy.
See what happens next if there's a motion for him to sever his case from the others, or at least to sever Kenneth Chesebro's case from the others. But it signals that perhaps Trump or his legal team is not ready to go to trial on October 23rd. But it is also worth noting that we did learn this morning that the former president had replaced his lead defense attorney here in Georgia. And I say here in Georgia because, remember, he's
going to open the portal.
4 criminal cases against him. 1 is in Georgia. Drew Feindling was the lead criminal defense attorney for him here in Fulton County. But we learned this morning that Drew Feindling has now been replaced with Steve Sadow, who is, you know, well known for not only white collar defense, but some very high profile criminal defense cases. Clients like Usher, Rick Ross, T.I., Ghana and Ghana.
Usher?
That's
Usher.
noteworthy because, again, that was in the YSL case, another RICO case, and apparently they were able to reach a plea deal in December. And here we've got the former president facing charges of violating Georgia's RICO statute, among other things. So, there's nothing really about this that is typical.
Whoa.
I mean, this whole thing is historic. So,
not me. That was
we're
them.
watching along with really the entire nation and perhaps even the world to see what happens next.
We are, Joy. History is developing before our very eyes in real time right here in Atlanta. I want to bring in Chief Investigator Brendan Keefe, who has been, of course, keeping our eyes on this entire thing as it unfolds. Brendan, he's about to step foot, I guess, into custody.
He's in there right now. You could assume he's both simultaneously in the custody of the U.S. Secret Service because he never leaves the custody of the U.S. Secret Service for the rest of his natural life, so long as he wants to have Secret Service protection. But right now, he's also in the custody of the Fulton County Sheriff's Office and its deputies. Setting the scene here for you, the reason the shot looks sort of a little washed out is because the helicopter is at distance. I can tell you, having been a reporter flying left seat for 5 years in a news chopper, that essentially this is almost the full extent of the zoom lens, which is 72x. That's how far away the chopper has to be. Why? Because right now there's a TFR, that's a temporary flight restriction, around the jail. It is a 1 nautical mile radius around the jail to an altitude of 1,000 feet. That's to prevent drones, even our drones.
All right, I'm set up. I can make a T-shirt in seconds and have it on the store.
And so that's what you're...
Got everything ready. Whoa.
And it looks like we might have just lost the signal from that chopper, Brendan, but we are...
Okay, I thought we lost the whole station.
Lance Bottoms, who's speaking about all this. Let's listen in right now.
Focus on Shay Moss and Groovy Freeman will be held accountable.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, y'all.
Walk it.
Yeah. All right.
She just wrapped up there, I believe. Tori, can Tori hear us? Can Tori Cooper hear us out there? Maybe she can provide us with a little bit of what the mayor just said, the former mayor.
I can hear you. Yeah.
Tori, walk us through. What did she say?
That was former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, who we just heard from. Luckily, I've had a chance to speak with her before. She just did an interview with someone else. I said, what is your reaction to today? She says, really, this is not a day anyone wants to see. But we had several people shouting, and she was trying to continue.
He is a disgusting racist.
Sure that people were hearing was that this is a sad day in America that no one wants to see, but she was happy to see that people are doing what they can.
We all wanted to see it. That's what we're watching.
She did say that this is a sad day overall, and then she quickly carried on as many people just started to surround her. So that was the very latest from former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, saying this is a sad day, but she's happy to see that those are being held accountable for their actions.
Interesting to see the former mayor out there. Tori, thank you. She had been obviously a very vocal critic of former President Donald Trump during his presidency as she tried to lead the city. She led the city here in Atlanta through the pandemic. We want to go back out to Doug Reardon, who, Doug, just moments ago, you probably had a chance to see the former president pass by you in the motorcade there. What else is going on from your vantage point?
Yeah, well, you know, guys, we actually didn't get to see the former president pass by, and the reason for that is because we had suspected this from the very beginning of the day, and quite frankly, why we put Patrick Quinn over on the Jefferson side of the street. There are two ways to get into this jail. You can come here to the main entrance on Rice Street, or you can go to the Jefferson Street entrance, which is actually the designated intake side, where they would bring anyone who they were transporting in a police vehicle through to get their booking and processing done. So for us today, it was really the flip of a coin. Which entrance was he going to show up to? And for the other roughly dozen defendants that have turned themselves in this case, it's been a bit of a mixed bag. Some have come here to Rice Street, some have gone over to the Jefferson intake entrance, and honestly, we are still going to stay here because there's a very good chance that he could come out this Rice Street exit. The other day, in fact, one defendant, Rudy Giuliani, went in here and came back out this way and did a press conference. And so there's really no telling two things. One, which exit or entrance I suppose the former president will come out of. And also, still to be determined is whether or not he is going to address the media here. And
I'm honestly amazed he's not doing just a fucking rally.
A A little bit of disappointment in the crowd here upon learning that the former president had already entered the jail and hadn't passed by this crowd here on Rice Street. And so
the south of Atlanta was a very hot spot for him to do rallies all through 2016 and 2020.
Typical for detainees here at the jail. It can be sometimes an hours-long process, but we expect that for the former president, this will be a matter of a couple of minutes to get him fingerprinted, booked, processed, and get his mugshot taken. As I heard Brendan mention earlier as well, we are going to be able to bring you that mugshot tonight.
We're minutes away from it. We're minutes.
I have to give Fulton County Sheriff's Office some credit here. They have been very quick in getting these mugshots.
Minutes away from Trump's mugshot.
And they are available to us. We have pretty much gotten them right away. So we expect to have that, I would say, within the next couple of hours. Again,
next couple of hours.
Here today, it is perhaps for
probably minutes.
A little bit jarring to see a mugshot of a former president, and certainly one.
Now, I did my own.
Very much beloved by his supporters. We asked a lot of people out here today, how does it make you?
I did my own for
jail,
the thumbnail.
For being quite run
this is a shirt you can actually get on the Freak store right now. Trump is going to prison in 2024.
A wide range of responses, but those were really the two that we got in talking to a lot of the former president's supporters out here. And of course, none of his supporters wanted to see him in this position anyways. Many of them are still maintaining, even in front of the camera, that these charges are false, that they should have never been brought against the former president and the 18 others charged.
215 pounds
is the new attorney for the former president.
215 pounds.
This morning after he parted ways with his.
I am amazed he is that light.
He vehemently said that the former president is innocent on all charges, and even hinted at the fact that they may try to get these charges dismissed.
6'3", 215 pounds, strawberry blonde hair, blue eyes.
Even have more indication today that that may be happening sooner than we thought. We know that District Attorney Fonnie Willis had said she had wanted to get this done as soon as she could possibly.
Wow, I can't believe he was that light.
Scheduled just 8 days before the primary here coming up in the spring of this year. But now we know that she is trying to get it done in October. I remember the night that she brought these charges, someone had asked her in a press conference, you're the fourth person to charge the former president. Do you want to be the first to try him? She said, we really have no illusions about.
It is 15.3 stone.
We just want to get it done. And so we are inching closer to that portion of the saga, guys.
Does that help you out?
Again, the former president.
Oh, Sim says 19. Google told me 15.
We'll send it back to you guys in the studio for now, though.
Yeah, Doug, we've got you and a whole team of reporters all over that jail. If there is any,
I can't believe he was that light. I'm shocked.
Back out to the Atlanta News First chopper flying over that intake portion of the Fulton County Jail. We're keeping.
Oh, well, he was 15 stone. 15 stone.
Very quickly in and out, and then back
in
to
Libertad.
Once that motorcade starts moving, once the president.
But I feel like Libertad. I feel like you're like an American that's living over there.
As you just heard Doug Reardon talk about that mugshot.
You keep having references to shit that like I don't think you're British, but I don't know.
News First again. Everybody who has turned themselves into the jail so far, in all 18 of these co-defendants, I should say.
Not to out you.
Themselves in so far has had a mugshot taken. I want to bring back in Chief Investigator Brendan Keefe. Brendan, you say you've got new information regarding the president's bond. Is that what?
That's right. We do know that the president's bond has been set at $200,000. That was already pre-negotiated. So he's going to be released tonight, go back to the airport, and fly out on his 757. But how is he posting that bond? He has the option to post it as cash, but we have confirmed he's using a local bail bond service, just like Rudy Giuliani did yesterday. Rudy Giuliani used a second chance bail bonds. We have confirmed here at Atlanta News First that Donald Trump is using Foster bail bonds. Foster bail bonds confirmed to us that they are going to be providing bond for the president. Now, some people might say, well, wait, he's a billionaire. He says he's a billionaire. Why does he need to borrow money to post bond? This is actually a misnomer. People post bond all the time this way, even if they have the money. Because if I told you you could post $20,000 or $30,000 instead of $200,000, which would you choose to put up? And that's what a bail bondsman does. You pay them 10 to 15%. They take the risk, they put up the bond, and then they get the money back when you show up to court, so you don't have to park $200,000 with the court. So we've confirmed that he is using, the former president, a local bail bond.
I don't think he's got 200 grand.
Bonds. And one more note.
But I thought they'd said he could put up the 10% himself.
I'm doing it right now. I am checking at this very moment on my phone as I'm talking.
Well, we learned from Jackie Brown you might want to do a bail bondsman because you don't want,
inmate search. Apparently every other reporter and assignment desk in America is doing the same thing because it says connection timed out. Essentially, Donald Trump has crashed the Fulton County Jail computer system in terms of searching for inmates. This is so we could see whether he has actually been booked in to the jail, and that right now has crashed. We'll keep checking it, of course, but as of right now, the system...
Well, look who does have it.
To see the details of the 45th President of the United States checked into the jail.
JustinFREAKIN on the Troll Patrol with the scoop.
Stay on it. All right, we want to head back out to the location right out in front of the Fulton County Jail to Chelsea Beimfohr, where she is out there amongst a number of people who are out in support of former President Donald Trump, and some people who are actively voicing their disdain in many ways for District Attorney Fani Willis. What are you seeing out there, Chelsea?
Yeah, we're on Rice Street, the backside of the jail, so we weren't able to see the motorcade, but you can see all of the people that are gathered here down the block. It's a mix of media from across the state, across the country, and also supporters and protesters that showed up for Donald Trump's booking today. We've been speaking to a number of people today. We spoke with many supporters, some that even traveled from out of state to be here. They told us things like it's a disgrace what the Democrats are doing to the former president. Other people told us this indictment doesn't change anything for them. If Donald Trump becomes the Republican nominee, they'll still vote for him. And then we've also seen some protesters out here today. They were a little bit less vocal, but still came out here holding signs saying, lock him up. We heard some of those chants as the motorcade was coming into the jail.
I still can't believe he's only 215.
But we could hear some of the sirens. We could hear an Atlanta police helicopter that was circling. And we also saw former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, who has been in and out of the White House over the last couple of years, serving in different positions. We know she was appointed a month ago to Biden's Export Council, which advises on trade. And so it appeared she was here to speak with a network and do an interview after she left their trailer. She came out and held a short press conference.
Rolling Stone is like, it's a very dubious 215.
What Keisha Lance Bottoms...
Are you telling me they didn't weigh him?
Playing for you guys again today. We've also seen Marjorie Taylor Greene out here earlier as well. All right, we're going to send it back to you guys, and we'll finish up a little bit later. Thanks.
All right, Chelsea, I know it's starting to get a little bit louder, and no doubt it will get even louder once Donald Trump leaves.
Apparently Twitter is like, no way it's 215.
And they're reporting that the former president has been placed under arrest and booked at the Fulton County Jail. And part of those records that Brendan was talking about too, of course, not only the mugshot, the fingerprinting, they also take down any distinctive marks you may have or anything that makes you, the color of your hair, the color of your eyes, those kind of things. And according to CNN, the record shows that Donald Trump is 6 feet 3 inches tall, weighs 215 pounds, and listed as having blue eyes and blonde or strawberry hair. So that is all part of that booking process.
I love that everybody's tweeting about Donald Trump, and Emma Vigeland is tweeting about sports.
The mugshot that we do expect
so on point
soon. But again, this all happening very rapidly. And as we take a live look right now in front of the Rice Street Jail, Alan, that's
what I was saying. They asked him his weight.
And he has a very different vantage point than we do. We have the privilege of being able to see things from the Atlanta News First Chopper.
215.
Fulton County detention buses are all lined up.
They do that shit like the DMV.
Of anyone who may be at street level, because of course, just like with this chopper, how we're zooming in from here, people from the street can kind of zoom in and possibly get, a number of photos, and they don't want that to happen in this particular case. So I have a good feeling that that's why all those buses.
Brianna Wu was like, this is not entertainment. Like, the fuck? Oh, shit.
The Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Is it real?
And the district attorney. This
is it real?
Process. They are doing this following the rule book.
Is this the real mugshot?
As laid out. And so for them, number one priority is to ensure that the former president is protected and safe as he makes his way from Hartsfield to the jail. And then eventually, we're going to give it to you live.
I don't know that that's real.
Back to Hartsfield. Patrick Quinn, one of our reporters, one of our Atlanta News First reporters who has been out there all evening here, he's got a better perspective than we do. He's right outside of one of those entrances. I believe it's the entrance where the former president actually went into the jail. His motorcade drove right by. Patrick.
Everybody is speculating that they asked him what his weight was.
Weeks of anticipation, about, I guess, 12 days since the indictment was actually announced. Here comes the former president.
Oh, my God!
Like out there on the ground from your perspective.
Alan, I got to admit, it was
Bray Wyatt passed away.
Motorcade just go by us, roughly 5 feet from where I'm standing. They went in at 7:32, so he has been inside the Fulton County Jail now for roughly 23 minutes or so. We're starting to hear a little bit more commotion, so maybe that is a sign that he is on his way out. Again, he has just been in there.
Patrick, I want to interrupt you really quickly here. CNN reporting in this really lines up with
Bray Wyatt, the wrestler, has died.
According to CNN, the former president has completed the booking process, and according to jail records, he has been released on bond. Of course, he agreed to.
Is the motorcade pulling away? It looks like it's legit.
$20,000. So
it's legit.
As though that process has all.
This is the mugshot.
We see the motorcade leaving the Rice Street Jail now.
Less than 30 minutes.
I'm not lying.
In less than 30 minutes, you talk about an expedited process.
That's the real mugshot.
As one of your top priorities here. This is what they just got done. And now, as planned, as we all anticipated, no surprise here, the former president is in that motorcade passing right by our reporter, Patrick Quinn. This is a live video from his camera. We were just talking to him. This is what he saw once again, less than 5 feet from where he's standing. This motorcade heading right back to Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport, where they will be. So we've got Atlanta News First reporter Adam Murphy, who's actually on the ground watching as this motorcade passes. Adam, talk to us. What's the scene out there? I'm sure it's a little hectic.
It certainly is, Alan. We're on Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard. Look at this. All right, so you see all the law enforcement officers on their motorcycles. Here comes the motorcade, it appears. They're heading south down Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard. We're at Donnelly Hollowell as well, and this road has been blocked off for some time. Now look. Okay, listen.
Fuck Trump, motherfucker.
A little bit of harsh language there as some of those motorcycles pass by. Kelsey in the back, can you let us know if that language dies down? In the meantime, we're going to all right, we're going to go back to Adam.
Content warning.
Adam, can you hear me? Yes, please.
We're back out here. Yes, I got you, Alan. Okay, so you're looking right now at Joseph E. Lowry. All right, this has been blocked. These vehicles are heading south towards the interstate. You can see the law enforcement vehicles coming through. A lot of people out here as well. There you go. The motorcade moving through right now, looking to see if by chance we see the former president. There's a lot of people out here. And they came through going north on this stretch of roadway not even about 20 minutes ago. So very quick process, because we saw the motorcade coming through this area going north about 20 minutes ago, and now they're headed south, back towards the interstate, back towards the airport. And you can see Georgia State Patrol, heavy police presence. No one traveling down this stretch of roadway. A lot of people have been out here also watching. I mean, we've heard people on both sides of the president commenting, some in favor, some against, obviously. You're going to get a little bit about that, but we are here in the Bankhead area. It looks like we are going to get the all clear here shortly, guys, where they will reopen Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard at Donnelly Hollowell.
You can buy your own mugshot t-shirt.
Atlanta News First, the former president's motorcade moving south back towards the airport. We'll send it to you guys.
The mugshot t-shirt is live.
Got our Atlanta News First chopper back live over that motorcade what you're going to see now as they make their way to the airport, and just based on normal timing with a motorcade like that for the former president, they'll be back at Hartsfield Jackson.
Our Lord better buy one.
15. I would say at the latest 8:15 as they move at a high speed directly back to Trump Force One, as he's coined his plane, the Boeing there, Trump Force One. So you heard Adam talking about supporters and protesters for the former president. This man right now is leading the Republican field with, in the latest polls, about a 40% lead over the second place, which is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, and he's got a 62% control of likely Republican voters for the Republican nomination for president. So this goes beyond just politics, though, and it looks like we might have lost the signal there from the Atlanta News First chopper. We're going to work to get that back. This is another angle of the jail. I promise you right now, we are working to get that shot of the motorcade back. Stay with us here as we get that. But like I was saying, this is a man who is leading the Republican field right now. And a lot of Republicans across the country do believe that these charges, these investigations, these indictments are a hoax. They do not believe they are real. And then you have the other side of things. Here's the motorcade back, just as I promised. You have to understand that we are actually, I believe, we're maybe going to get a look inside the motorcade. Is that what I just heard? And here we go. So this is a look from the motorcade as it moves through the streets of downtown Atlanta. This looks like towards the middle or the back of that motorcade where the former president is traveling in one of those first Cadillacs, or the first SUVs, I should say, behind that police escort, that large number of motorcycles from corresponding agencies from around the area, likely a lot of Fulton County Sheriff's Office deputies. I'm sure they're getting help from the Atlanta Police Department as well. But you guys right now are living in history as residents of Atlanta, residents of Georgia, as we get a look, Tracy, from literally inside the motorcade where the former president is traveling back to the airport.
There are members of the press that are traveling with the former president, and that's how we're able to get this very unique perspective here. And Alan, to your point of what you were talking about in terms of the Republican Party really essentially being Donald Trump's party, you know, a number of candidates last night at the debate said they would still, actually a majority, all but two, said back Donald Trump, even if he's convicted. And of course, this here in Georgia, the fourth indictment for the former president. But the question now is, as the former president heads back to Trump Force One at Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Airport, what happens next? So the booking process has already happened. Heading back to New Jersey, heading back to his Bedminster Golf Club there. He has an estate there that he used as kind of a second home during the presidency. From what we are told, no events expected at his club upon his return. But you know what? He is Donald Trump, and Donald Trump does what Donald Trump does. But part of this process, he has been barred from communicating or using social media to target any of the co-defendants. So no doubt the judge, many judges will be watching that to make sure that does not happen, that there are no threats or veiled threats. But at this point, we are still waiting for possible anything else that could happen in this case. A judge could choose to arraign, the other defendants, the other 18 defendants, or possibly allow them to waive their arraignments altogether. So, we will see what happens from here. We are still waiting for a number of co-defendants to turn themselves in.
And you mentioned that arraignment. You're absolutely right. The judge could choose to waive that arraignment for some or all of those co-defendants. But at the same time, this could be a virtual arraignment. He could decide, I want to have this arraignment, Judge Scott McAfee. I want to have the arraignment, I should say. But you don't have to actually come here. You can do it virtually, which is something I'm sure if that arraignment is going to happen, these co-defendants are likely going to aim for sure. But let's bring in somebody who knows, a lot more about this legal component of this than I do. Atlanta News First anchor and attorney Joy Lim-Nakrin, who's been following this case for a while now. So Joy, we're watching from inside the motorcade on one side of our screen. We're watching from the Atlanta News First chopper on the other side of our screen. The president's going to be back at Hartsfield in the next 12 minutes here, but this is far from over. There's no true deadline on when this is going to end. What comes next?
Yeah, you're right.
No way. The mugshot is fake.
I also want to just let our viewers know I have with me right now criminal defense attorney J. Edward Shipp, who who is.
I don't care. I still might steal some
Process,
T-shirts.
has numerous clients that he's represented at the Fulton County Courthouse, that he's had to help along through the booking process at the Fulton County jail.
Everybody's running with it.
A little bit about the.
Yeah, I did not get it from a news agency.
Formally read, and the defendant.
I probably fucked up there.
Not guilty. But I do want to point out, you talked about the possibility of a virtual arraignment. There's also the possibility that a defendant can waive an arraignment.
He did have a solid red tie on. Yeah, somebody pointed out he had a solid red tie on.
The major headline, I think, regarding the whole trial process right now is just that at this moment, a trial date has now been moved way up. And it's been set for October 23rd. And the reason for that is that one of the 19 defendants, Kenneth Chesbrough, a former Trump attorney, filed a motion for a speedy trial. The court came up with this October 23rd date. District Attorney Fonnie Willis said okay, essentially. She signed off on it, clearly was ready to go after her 2-year-long investigation. So the question is, what happens next? Because are all 19 defendants ready to go to trial October 23rd? Well, it seems that we would anticipate seeing some motions for severance so that these defendants can have their trials separate from Kenneth Chesbrough if he wants to go ahead and start October 23rd. But Jay, I mean, you're very familiar with this process. What do you?
It's a reverse white Bronco.
And what happens next?
EBD.
Likely going to see a motion to sever trial.
Richard.
Just because.
Anybody else sneak in on me?
Timeline that has been given now. We're showing.
Warlord wanted me to do this fucking mugshot, but apparently, Ray, good evening.
By the order of.
Apparently,
Trump
his mugshot is fake.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's put the brakes on that. I don't want to have my trial that early. I mean,
he was wearing a solid red tie.
He is the master of prolonging the process. Whether it be
it's possible he could switch ties while he was in the motorcade, but I think that's kind of unlikely.
And having a trial on October the 23rd, that's just not going to happen for former President Trump. So, essentially, Attorney Chesbrough has basically severed his trial from the rest of those trials because there will be a severance motion filed, most likely by President Trump's former President Trump's new counsel, saying, "Hey, this timeline is way too quick. I've just been hired onto this case. We're going to need more time, so we're going to ask that we be severed from the other co-defendants. Therefore, we would need a little bit more time to get back to our January timeline."
Now, in the short term, we know that all 19 defendants were given until tomorrow at noon to turn themselves in. All but 7 have done so. Obviously, that's what we just saw the former president do, is turn himself in and surrender himself to arrest and the booking process. 7 others haven't. Why not? Why do you think?
That could be a number of factors. It could be because some of them don't have an attorney set up yet. It could be that some of them are waiting it out to just see how this plays out. We've seen some co-defendants in other cases balk at subpoenas, so it could be one of those situations where they're just going to say, let's see how far they really will take it. Will they actually send someone to arrest me? But more likely than not, it's probably that the funds have run dry, the legal fund have run dry, so they're looking for someone who can take on this case effectively and for a price that may be in their budget. And for some of these lower level defendants, they may not have enough resources to pay for the type of lawyer that they would need to deal with these charges.
And speaking about
the bet was on like 278 pounds.
Reach bond agreements, but then we've seen that Harrison Floyd did not, and is going to apparently spend the night in jail. Correct me if you know something I don't. He is a leader of the organization Black Voices for Trump. What would be the reasoning for that?
He could be waiting out to see if he could get a prelim hearing, and once you have a preliminary hearing, that does give you kind of a chance to see what the evidence is that is actually holding you in jail. So he could be being used as almost a pawn of sorts to kind of get a preview of the evidence that District Attorney Willis has against these co-defendants, and could be, proverbially falling on the sword to see, okay, let's see what type of evidence do they really have other than this indictment that, was so well written.
All right. Yeah, something we're going to keep following. There's so many new developments here. Alan and Tracy, back to you.
All right, Joy, thank you. One quick bit of new information. According to CNN, a mugshot was taken of Donald Trump. That's according to Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labatt. So we do expect to see that released relatively soon. It certainly has been for previous co-defendants. We want to bring in Atlanta News First investigative reporter Andy Parati to talk a little bit more about, because a co-defendant in this case, Andy, of course, demanding a speedy trial, but explain a little bit more about that. And, you know, some might say for many defendants, that does not happen. A speedy trial, not the case.
Especially not in Fulton County. Just hours ago, the judge overseeing this case, Scott McAfee, he agreed with one of the defendants' requests for a speedy trial. That defendant is Kenneth Chesbro. He's an attorney
get it right.
Scheme to alter the 2020 election results.
Stop mispronouncing that man's name.
The DA said she's ready, and she filed a motion asking the judge to set a trial date for all of the defendants, including President Trump. That's 60 days from today. That is a really quick turnaround for the DA's office and for all 19 defendants to get this trial for all.
Yes, apparently Mark Meadows
a short period of time
is 240 pounds and Trump is 215 pounds.
Thousands of people in the county who have been waiting for their court date for years. Here's some context. Just yesterday, I was in Judge Scott McAfee's courtroom yesterday. He is presiding over a murder case where a guy has been accused of murdering 3 people. That individual has been inside the Fulton County Jail 10 years waiting for his trial date, and his trial just started this week. Just extraordinary.
God damn!
If this trial date is set. Now, it is important to note that the attorney for Trump's attorney, has filed a motion opposing that 60-day trial date in 60 days, October 23rd, and he's asked asked to be severed from the case. That means he wants his case tried separately from all the other defendants' cases. That motion has not been brought up yet, but you can expect that other defendants are likely going to make similar requests, trying to sever their case from so that they're all not tried at the same time. And to add some additional perspective of why this is so extraordinary for this case to potentially be tried in 60 days, at 13,000 people right now in Georgia, or as of last year, were waiting for their case to be even presented to a grand jury, guys.
All right, Andy, thank you. I'm going to go out to Atlanta News First reporter Brittany Ford, who is still at the airport. There goes that motorcade.
Well, Brittany's okay. We confirm that.
Yeah, it's all happening right now as we speak. Former President Donald Trump from the Fulton County Jail, where he's been booked and processed, back to Hartsville Jackson. You can see again the multiple SUVs and motorcade that has now come from the Fulton County Jail, and this has been just such a quick moving process. Just giving you a timeline of what's happened here so far. The former president arrived here at Hartsville Jackson around 7:05.
He told New York he was 240 pounds
we saw him
when he was arraigned.
His thumbs up, got off
the fuck.
That motorcade has been in action to the Fulton County Jail. Now, just weeks of anticipation leading up to what has been nearly an hour-long process where he is now headed back onto Trump Force One. But again, you see there just a fleet of buses, the ambulance there. We saw the motorcade come in there. There's still some trucks. Look at this, Georgia State Patrol coming into Hartsville Jackson as we speak with former President Donald Trump, as he has now gone through the process of being booked through the Fulton County Jail. But again,
I'm not high enough for this shit. Sky Comet, good evening.
Now going to be back on to the plane. We've seen again the Secret Service, the Georgia State Patrol.
Still no official mugshot.
Part of these efforts out here that's happening as we speak. But again, we'll keep an eye on the deplaning, or rather when former Donald Trump gets back onto the plane. But this has been such a quick moving process. We're talking about an hour, maybe over.
We were all saying around like 270, 280, and I would say that's far closer to the truth.
And is making his way now out of Atlanta. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Brittany, I want to keep you here for a second as we look over Atlanta News First Chopper's live feed here as the president's motorcade.
Charging for lying to the police.
I'm not sure if you can see it or not. I know you're in a strategic position as close as Secret Service would let you be, but this is the busiest airport in the world. We all know that. Can you talk to us at all about the heightened security you've been touching on when it comes to
all these indictments are making me thirsty
in and out of a place as jam-packed as Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International from where you are?
Well, Ellen, I can tell you, even before the former president got here, and as he was making his way back from the Fulton County Jail, there was law enforcement agencies, Georgia State Patrol, that was just making loops around the area. They were making loops around the area. They also were making sure that media and reporters were who they say they were. They were coming up to cars. There's a line of cars here lined up again from people that are coming from spectating of what's happening again with the former president taking off now to Hartsfield-Jackson. State Patrol was coming up to some of these cars and asking, hey, are you who you say you are? And telling some people to move out of the area. So again, there's been just an influx of law enforcement presence here throughout the last couple of hours, even before the former president landed at Hartsfield-Jackson. They're still lingering now. It doesn't look like there is any, dissipation or the officers look like they're bringing down patrols and all. I think it will be all hands on deck until former President Donald Trump gets on that plane and flies off.
All right, Brittany, thank you. We have a live image right now. This is from the tarmac. You see a Secret Service agent there standing by that black SUV. Based on kind of the activity we're seeing on the tarmac, the former president could possibly make some comments there before he gets back on Trump Force One. We're waiting for that to happen. We see a number of people just kind of lined up and standing there on the tarmac. Of course, he was traveling with a number of members of the press as well. We see some press members on the tarmac just kind of standing and waiting, and some lights set up there. And Alan, that's not something you normally see, so we do expect some activity to happen. And many have speculated that the former president would say something, on the heels of that GOP debate last night and his one-on-one interview with Tucker Carlson last night as well. And of course, him leading the pack of GOP presidential contenders, that more than likely he would use this as an opportunity to campaign. And there's the former president getting out of that SUV right now as he kind of walks a little bit closer to that gaggle of the press corps.
Here it comes.
The president walking up. Let's listen in.
Are we going to get it?
This is a very sad day for America. This should never happen. If you challenge an election, you should be able to challenge an election. I thought the election was a rigged election, a stolen election, and I should have every right to do that. As you know, you have many people that you've been watching over the years.
You have every right to steal an election?
Hillary Clinton or Stacey Abrams or many others. When you have that great freedom to challenge, you have to be able to, otherwise you're going to have very dishonest elections. What has taken place here is a travesty of justice. We did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. And everybody knows it. I've never had such support, and that goes with the other ones too. What they're doing is election interference. They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been anything like it in our country before. This is their way of campaigning, and this is one instance, but you have three other instances. It's election interference. So I want to thank you for being here. We did nothing wrong at all, and we have every right, every single right, to challenge an election that we think is dishonest, that we think is very dishonest. So thank you all very much, and I'll see you very soon. Thank you very much.
And we were just listening to the former president, Donald Trump, speak.
Really not impressed with
he's facing right
that statement. I was expecting more.
Jackson Atlanta International Airport. The understanding now is that he will get directly back onto that plane and fly likely back to New Jersey. So what we just heard him say was a repetition of what we've been hearing the former president say now for a while. Ever since the 2020 election took place, he once again called it a rigged and stolen election, something that has been defunct multiple times by multiple different agencies, both of the government at the federal level and the state level. Georgia played a pivotal role in the presidential election in 2020. It, of course, went for Joe Biden.
It is going to again.
20 years a Democrat won the state. He went on to say that it should be a legal right to challenge any election he feels is rigged or stolen. Those two words, rigged, stolen, Quoted from the former president, he then went on to name that other players have done it before. Other politicians have done it before, citing Hillary Clinton, citing Stacey Abrams, saying they were able to challenge an election. He should be able to do it too. It is important to note that Hillary Clinton, Stacey Abrams did not do or have not been charged with what Donald Trump has been charged with doing, not only here at the state level, but at the federal level as well. He called the entire...
They didn't do anything illegal.
Honest, and he said, quote,
they didn't try to steal an election that they lost.
To face the charges that he is facing right now, proclaiming his innocence the entire time through about that 1 minute of conversation. This, again, Tracy, goes far beyond just the political ramifications for competing for the presidency, which is something we see every 4 years. This has extended far beyond.
Yeah, and it's interesting that he would use the words election interference, essentially what he is being charged with, right? Saying, of course, as you mentioned, Alan, he did nothing wrong. Repeatedly saying these words over and over and over again, and talking about other people who have, yes, challenged the election, but did not go so far as to make a call. Of course, that now infamous call.
Well, like Hillary Clinton was just talking about, like, she won the popular vote, and we shouldn't have...
Is there some way we can find those 11,000...
The Electoral College, that's different than...
Where these charges are coming from with DA Fonnie
committing
Willis.
fraud
Recording.
to ensure that you remain president.
Witnesses to that phone call as well.
Which is what happened.
This is something that we will continue to talk about, obviously, until this case plays out, as we take a live look right now at Trump Force One on the tarmac as the former president gets ready to depart Georgia in what has been a historic day. We did believe this would happen in less than 2 hours, and here we are only an hour and 20 minutes later, and the president about to go wheels up back to Bedminster, New Jersey, where he will resume his life to the extent that he can. Things will continue to play out here in Georgia. On Monday, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger expected to testify in court and to talk about what happened during that phone call. That will be crucial.
We are like a week and a half from the arraignment.
First, we will certainly be watching. So this is by no means over, just because the president has been essentially arrested and booked, and just because the former president has been arrested and booked into the Fulton County Jail and released on bond, this is nowhere near over.
It sure isn't. And the next immediate step in this probably 1,000 step process as it plays out for the president moving forward is going to be the mugshot. We have learned, we have confirmed that a mugshot was taken at the Fulton County Jail.
Oh, we sticking with it until we get a mugshot.
Arrived there right around 7:35.
And of course, I've got an animal video for you.
That process.
I'm gonna leave you with that animal video
at this moment. And as soon as Atlanta News First gets that, we will provide it to you right here live on air. Now, you just kind of saw the ramp move away from the plane, which leads me to believe that everybody that's supposed to be on the plane is on the plane, and we're going to likely see it start to move here very shortly. And the Atlanta News First chopper changing the angle here, giving you a bird's eye view of Trump Force One. That long motorcade trailing right behind that plane that just escorted him from the plane to the jail and then from the jail to the plane. Brendan Keefe was in here earlier this evening.
It does not look like he has lost weight.
The website apparently had crashed at that point in time because everybody was looking for the mugshot. We were able to get the booking info from the jail, but as far as an actual picture, that has not happened yet. This is his fourth indictment. This is his fourth go-round through this process, appearing to a jail, appearing to a courthouse.
I think Jack Smith may lock him up if he continues to throw threats around.
Georgia, this is the first time that the former president will have his picture taken inside the jail.
Because Smith did follow the emergency order.
The jail website posted for the public to see, just like every other.
The threats against the grand jury.
And that is what we're going to provide you as soon as we get that motorcade going into motion right there outside of the plane. Like I said, which leads us to believe the plane.
Not a chance, Toads. We're getting it in minutes, I assure you.
Off the ground once again. The president touched down right around 7:02, 7:03 Eastern time here in Atlanta. And here he is back on that plane less than an hour and a half since the president's plane entered Atlanta airspace, and he is already back on that plane. That includes the motorcade traveling from the plane to the jail, the process in the jail, which he was in there less than...
When I go to Atlanta, it's like a trip you got to plan out and everything. This motherfucker just goes for a couple hours.
To back from before the plane even touched down. Atlanta News First has been bringing you these...
Do not wipe back to front.
Swath of reporters out there at the scene since early this afternoon. Noon time is when our reporters, our evening reporters at least, have been at that jail. We've been covering...
It's been a long week.
About 10 to 12 days since this indictment was first announced. So right now, again, we are waiting on the president to take off from Hartsfield-Jackson, Atlanta, flying back to New Jersey. We are waiting on a mugshot from the Fulton County Jail as well.
We've already been fooled once tonight.
Here on air, online, across all of our platforms, ANF Plus streaming, wherever you're watching us right now, we will show you that mugshot the second we get our hands on it. And Tracy, this process far from over for the president.
Oh, absolutely not. And as you were mentioning, Alan, this has been more than a week.
I'm seeing one circulating. I don't think it's real. I'm not falling for it again.
In preparation of this day coming, it was last Monday when those sweeping indictments came down for the president and 18 of his GOP allies. DA Fani Willis, this was a time when certainly up against, you could say in many ways, up against all odds. DA Fani Willis had been working on this case for nearly 2 years, clearly putting all those pieces in place, even with the motion for a speedy trial. Probably likely knew that was going to be one of the things that would happen as well. We have been anticipating this day there at the Fulton County Courthouse and also at the Rice Street Jail.
Yeah, we got suckered earlier.
Put in place all the players.
There are two going around. This one is not real. There's another one.
And the nation certainly
I'm pretty sure that one's not real either.
County and Atlanta, Georgia.
But it's been photoshopped into like a Truth Social post.
An attorney and anchor to take a look at. Joy, you heard the former president speak there on the tarmac there, really reciting some of the same words that we have heard over and over again, that stolen, rigged, the election was rigged, election fraud even, using some of the same words that have been levied against him.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think it makes it very clear that...
I don't think this one is it either, because I'm pretty sure I've seen that picture before.
Arraignment does come. We've been talking about, the arraignment being one of the next steps in this process. And
I don't think it's been released yet, PP girl.
Against the former president. I just want to bring in the two attorneys that I have.
Beware of the fakes going around.
I have two criminal defense attorneys, both of whom argue cases routinely in Fulton County District Court, and also help clients through the booking process at the Fulton County Jail.
Marjorie Taylor Greene released her mugshot.
Surrender himself for the booking process. Here on my left, I guess that's your right, we have J. Edward Shipp. And on my right, your left, we have Suri Chada Jimenez. And
I stand with President Trump against commie DA Fani Willis.
This is the first time you've been on air for us tonight. You've done it many times in the past. But you actually know the former president's new lead criminal defense attorney, Stephen Sadow. He just announced, just to kind of get our viewers up to speed, Trump announced today that Stephen Sadow, Atlanta-based attorney, is going to be taking over his defense, going to be replacing Drew Feinley. Stephen Sadow, well-known criminal defense.
That's funny.
And one of his big clients was part of the YSL case, right?
Absolutely. Like, it looks like former President Trump likes the best of the best. He went from the billionaire lawyer, Mr. Finley, and now he's going to be with Steve Sadow. He's a great attorney, an amazing team.
Can he pay him?
Draft some of the best motions. They handle appellate issues on a regular basis. If there's any holes in this indictment, they'll be able to handle it. So he's in great hands.
And talk about the plea deal for a very well-known YSL defendant.
Well, yeah, he actually represented Mr. Sergio Kitchens, also known as Gunna, and his deal got him out. He's home. He has a deal of no cooperation. He's a non-reporting probation. The only problem is that it might have hurt his career a little bit, and I'm sure that Mr. Trump is going to want something that if it gets resolved through a negotiation, it won't be something that's going to hurt his brand. So I'm sure he's going to fight for that.
Yeah, and in both are RICO cases. Want to point out, okay, obviously some activity on the tarmac. Tracy and Alan, I want to send it back into you.
Yeah, Joy, thank you for that perspective. So much legality and
we will get the mugshot shortly.
To understand that is why we
it exists.
To break it down for you.
We have been confirmed it happened.
Here is Trump Force One. We've had unfiltered feed of his plane since it landed. It's now moving down the tarmac, likely to take off. You got to understand there's likely no wait for the former president when it comes to getting access to a runway to take off, fly back to New Jersey, where, Tracy, you were talking about it earlier, the former president may or may not go on to speak further beyond what we just heard him saying there at the airport regarding these charges, regarding the district attorney. But we also understand, and our legal experts have provided input, that he is under certain restrictions. There's a lot of things that he cannot say. He cannot attack witnesses or attack the district attorney or the lawyers or the judges. And when I say attack, I mean verbally, on Twitter, those kind of things. He cannot threaten or tamper with witnesses either. So there's a long list of things, rules.
This week has worn me out.
In front of a judge.
Last night, the debate
even begins. The plane making its way down the runway here, continuing to roll. It's likely going to turn onto at least one other runway, an actual runway.
They think it sounds cool.
We're going to have
Trump Force One
until the plane actually gets going and takes off. So stay right here with us. You're going to witness this history with us live right now on Atlanta News First. It's 8:30 on the dot. You can check your clock. Pretty much the president was in and out here in what's been an hour and a half. You've got to believe he's going to be taking off in the next 5 minutes, honestly. Not that long at all, because they're not going to let the president sit there on the tarmac, the former president, sit there on the tarmac for any longer than he needs to. And if you've been through Hartsfield, and I know a lot of you guys at home have, you know what kind of process this looks like normally when you're boarding a plane, waiting to get in your seat, and then, you know, your pilot might come over and say, we're fifth in line, we're third in line, we'll be up in the air in the next 20 minutes, the next 30 minutes. That is not the process a former president follows by any means, Tracy.
It's been a busy day, Alan. I'll tell you what, it started very early this morning. A number of people supporting and others protesting the president were down at the Rice Street jail, even starting since yesterday. Some had been camped out overnight. They were out there awaiting the president's arrival this evening. They closed off the streets in front of Rice Street jail earlier this morning, of course, to make sure security was tight and in place and the former president could get in and out very quickly. And during the course of the day, we kind of listened and learned that the former president had changed attorneys. Changing his counsel to a high-powered attorney, Stephen Sadow, who has represented defendants.
Did he pay for him?
You know, in some RICO cases, so certainly wanted the best of the best in this situation.
Still a mugshot watch over here.
His counsel met him there and traveled with him in the motorcade in order to get him to the booking earlier this evening. Trump Force One touched down exactly right at 7 o'clock and traveled right up the freeway.
Unfortunately, I'd probably watch it.
At all. And Mr. Trump made his way.
That's not true. I couldn't, like, we barely made it through the Tucker Carlson interview last night.
So the process has been very.
It was so tough to watch.
Into the jail, fingerprinted, mugshot taken. We expect to have that mugshot shortly.
I'm barely hanging on right now.
Released on bond. A $200,000 bond had been set up earlier in the week. Mr. Trump agreed to that along with his attorneys. I
need couch.
And 10%.
I need couch time, but we got to have this mugshot. This is what it's all about.
20 minutes.
What we've been waiting for. What's going to make this whole week worth it?
All the way to Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Airport, and that's what brought us to this point today. And of course, as the nation watches what has happened here, a number of people are going to speculate what does
Trump builds the wall in Minecraft.
Will this be a benefit? Will it be a detriment?
Damn, that's a really good fucking idea.
From last night's debate. that it may not hurt Mr. Trump in this process. We can see the lights on there on Trump Force One really getting ready to take off, and it'll be wheels up in a matter of minutes.
It sure will, and we saw a quick pause there from the plane, likely communicating with air traffic control regarding which runway, what time, the timeline. You have to believe that the former president is going to get priority when it comes to leaving Hartsfield-Jackson. They very likely are pulling on some kind of ground stop, some kind of control as far as who can and who cannot take off right now, no matter who you are or where you're going.
Come on, Sheriff. You know this is what everybody's waiting for.
Airport coming to a stop right now as the former president gets ready.
It's digital. Just post it on Twitter, goddammit.
You are watching it live. We're waiting on him to jump onto the runway he'll actually be taking off from. It's been a travel there from where he spoke to reporters and once again called the election interference legal. And he also said that what he did was not wrong and professed his innocence continuously, as he had for the last 2 years ever since that election took place. Last 2.5 years, so to say, because it's been quite a while now. Making a right turn there onto what looks like another runway, and you know, you got to speculate here. This might be where that plane's going to begin to accelerate and maybe take off.
I don't know. This coverage is killing me. We got to go to the Washington Post or something. We got to have something more lively.
Another angle. We've got multiple angles
more lively
providing you here with this evening as the plane prepares to roll on. Tracy, you were talking about these charges that the former president is facing right now as that plane pauses here live on screen. One of the most severe, if not the most severe charge, is the RICO charge, which is tying all 18 of those co-defendants together as one. And it really is used to target criminal enterprises like mob bosses or crime bosses, something like that. Here goes the former president now wrapped up in that along.
Washington Post has already wrapped up their coverage. They did not wait for the mugshot. ABC News be doing.
RICO is even more broad if you were to zoom out into the stars, right? And you don't have to have a big agreement between all these 19 people to sit down and say, let's take steps, like in a typical conspiracy. Let's agree to thwart the outcome of the 2020 election. Instead, you have to have basically various acts in tandem within a certain period of time, and the prosecutors have to show there's an enterprise that is almost like a gang or like typically a mafia type situation where they're all working in tandem towards a common goal. So you could be swept up in a RICO charge based on someone else's conduct, even if you didn't sit and agree to do it. So it's probably harder to defend. I mean, like other guests have much more experience in the defense, but it's a sweeping charge, and it's one that allows the government to capture many people in this larger story of a common enterprise or a common idea. That's the big difference. Whereas in the January 6th, you actually have to show an agreement between the people that are named in the complaint, in the criminal complaint.
Speaking of his comments, the former president's comments before he boarded that plane, we were speaking of it possibly violating the bond or not. What about Trump's free speech argument? Is this a case where he's okay to speak freely under the First Amendment?
We are going to see that, I think, in a motion to dismiss one or both of these cases relating to January 6th, the idea being it was free speech. We heard this after January 6th about his speech on the Mall. That speech on the Mall didn't make its way into either of these indictments.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Come on.
Who says every conspiracy involves speech.
I do not have
which is named in the Constitution as
a reliable source on this, but they're saying the mugshot will be released tomorrow.
The First Amendment doesn't allow you to speak in a way that leads to a crime. We will hear that again. We can see talking points in the campaign trail.
This is not
on social media. People can think my free speech rights, but legally, the Constitution doesn't just give us the right to speak in a way that crosses the boundaries of the criminal code at the federal or here the state of Georgia level.
So they can't use that defense. What about the Supreme Court? Let's talk about this possibly moving to the Supreme Court. Trump has said on Truth Social, his social media platform, that the Supreme Court should step in. How could that happen? And under what legal theory? And could it even happen?
You know, we've talked earlier about Mark Meadows wanting to take the case from state court in Georgia into federal court. And I think what's going on here is kind of this broader argument that, listen, we were just acting as federal employees, president, chief of staff, we have authority under Article 2 of the Constitution, and there needs to be a lot of discretion for people to kind of make mistakes. And if we start criminalizing decisions by presidents and their closest aides, you are going to clamp down on the ability of the president to be commander-in-chief and run the country. That is sort of this broad presidential immunity argument. Donald Trump raised it in connection with the predecessor.
There seems to be another one going around. This one doesn't look like the other mugshots of the other defendants.
Tried to subpoena.
So I highly doubt that this one's real.
Went all the way to the Supreme Court. He said, listen, that I'm immune from that subpoena because I'm president. Think we're going to see that kind of argument. And you know what, Stephanie, there aren't a lot of cases under the Constitution. There is no immunity expressed in the Constitution. It exists for members of Congress under the speech and debate clause, but not for the president. It's a very squishy area. And I think if it gets on appeal, which it should, and it probably will, the court would be hard-pressed not to take that case because the stakes are so high and the law is so murky. And that, again, could kick this down these cases down the calendar. But also, in a weird way, it gives it, once again, the Supreme Court, the conservative majority, 6 human beings that
I don't think that's real.
There for life. Tremendous authority to decide what could be ultimately the outcome of one or more of these cases relating to January 6th.
And some of those justices appointed by the former president.
3 of them.
3 of them. And all of this happening as the former president intends to run for president again. So how does this case impact the presidency if he is elected? How does it impact the presidency and the Constitution?
You know, it's really hard to imagine what that would look like if, say, these cases, one or more, did go to trial before and he was convicted. There's nothing in the United States Constitution banning a president from serving even from a prison. Now, it's hard to imagine how you would do that with the Secret Service. Aaron Katurski.
Yeah, I'm seeing
having the
screenshots of CNN saying this is the mugshot, but I'm not seeing CNN say that's the mugshot.
I mean, I live outside of Washington, D.C., and you see
I'm still not running with it.
And it's at this patriotic moment. Now we're seeing the opposite. When you say it's unprecedented, and we all say it, it really is sort of mapping out how this could turn out. It's like a, it's like a TV show. It takes tremendous creativity to even come up with that scenario, and now
I'm still not believing it.
Really shocking and astonishing.
It really is the ultimate reality TV show that we are in. Thank you, Kim. Let's bring back former Georgia prosecutor Chris Timmons. Chris, you mentioned jury selection earlier and how it could play a really pivotal role in the prosecutor's case against the former president. Can you talk a little bit about that as we watch the former president take off from Atlanta?
So I see a news organization
The key to
report
any
it.
trial, just like the key to any decision, is the decider. And so in a trial, the decider is the jury. And so jury selection in all 4 trials are going to be crucial. Matter of fact, it's one of the most important aspects. Actually, it's the most important aspect of a trial. I teach jury selection at Georgia State University College of Law here in Atlanta. I think one of the things that we saw earlier, and you can tell from this, that this whole Donald Trump is being treated like anybody else. And I think that's a theme that the prosecution is going to use at trial. I think that they're going to say to the jury, hey, I know that this man used to be the president.
CNN is reporting it's the real mugshot.
Him just like anybody else. I think we're going to do that over and over again when we get to trial. And so what they're going to
apparently this is the one.
Selection is they're going to be looking for jurors who are going to be receptive to that message, the message that Donald Trump is.
I'm still.
Anybody else. And so I
don't know.
They're looking for. Now, the problem is when it comes to jury selection as well, and when you're the prosecution, you've got to get it right. You've got to be 100%
This
right.
CNN has it up on their website right now.
Not guilty vote in your jury, you are going to have to try that case all over again. You've got to get 12 people. They've all got to agree unanimously that Donald Trump is.
They're saying they got it from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
When I'm talking to my clients about the possibility of going to trial is this.
That is the tie he had on.
People to agree on a pizza topping. We can't get 12 people to agree on a restaurant reservation. So I don't know how in the world we get 12 people to agree on guilt or innocence in a criminal trial, and add the level of magnitude to this, as well as just the cognitive bias you see in the general public. Most people have already got their minds made up, and at this point, we haven't seen a single shred of evidence. I've heard people who hate Donald Trump saying that he's going to be convicted based on all the things that the evidence that's out there, when we haven't seen any evidence. We've only seen an indictment. And I've heard people...
We watched the January 6th committee hearings.
Have Joe Biden as their president. And so the key to any decision is the decider. And in this...
We have seen the evidence.
Who are selected in...
And apparently they got way more than what we've already seen.
And we have seen the former president's plane just take off from Atlanta, headed toward
ABC News is not running with it.
Airport. Thank you so much, Chris. Want to turn to Olivia Rubin. Olivia, what do you think is the ripple effect when we see the former president's mug?
I'm not sure that's real.
Will that have on his campaign?
CNN says it's real. CNN says they got it from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
Like I sort of laid out a little bit earlier, I think this is going to become one of the central pieces of the campaign over at least the next couple of days. We can expect that they are going to galvanize it. They are going to sell T-shirts of it, sell mugs of the mugshot, because really that is one of the only...
Everyone on Twitter is saying it's real, but I still don't believe it. I think they're going off of CNN.
For indictments, there is no running away from the reality of his legal...
Everyone's like, this one looks worse than the fake one.
The former president, when he gives the speeches, when he is at his rallies, doing his events, is that he makes the indictments and his legal troubles part of his...
I still don't think it looks like the other ones.
When you hear him say, I am being indicted for you. They are coming after me because they want...
This is Rudy's mugshot. Notice the gigantic
and the
symbol.
mugshot that I'm sure we will see soon.
There's no gigantic symbol there.
And as I said earlier, I did ask, one of those people close to the former president what they expect to do.
I don't know. That is really Rudy Giuliani's mugshot.
And the answer was very point blank, very blunt, make money off of it, Stephanie.
And we heard from the former president before he boarded his plane saying kind of the standard lines that we've heard him say before, that the 2020 election was rigged. He thanked his supporters, saying he did nothing wrong. How do you think that helps him or hurts him? It seems as though he's not refraining from saying those statements, but instead...
The Daily Mail is running with it and saying this is the mugshot.
Well, I think, quite frankly, what we have seen with every single indictment is that the former president has gone up in the polls, and that is something that his campaign loves to tout over and over again, because, like I said, they make this part of their campaign. So publicly, they say that it is making him stronger in the polls, and it is something that they are using to make money because they are, quite frankly, running out of money. But I think what we started...
The local Fox station is not running with that photo.
Some of the candidates starting to say we need to move past 2020 because...
And they have all the documents.
Say it earlier that the former president is stuck in 2020, and many of the candidates said this is not a winning strategy for any Republican trying
I don't know.
To be stuck in 2020, because what we need to be thinking about, these candidates said, is thinking about 2024. So clearly something that at least some of the other candidates would love to move beyond, because it is just a losing strategy, as they say, across the board for them.
Absolutely, and some of those candidates still saying that they would support him. Olivia, thank you so much. Speaking of John Santucci, want to bring him back in. Former President Trump reacted to his booking at the Fulton County Jail, calling it a sad day. And as we mentioned earlier, John, also saying that it was a rigged election. Of course, he thanks his supporters, but he was defending himself. But again, saying that it was a rigged election despite there being no evidence. We haven't seen his support drop.
He gave his weight. Battle of Possum. He says he's 215.
Of all of this, the former president,
which means he's lost weight since his first indictment.
Yeah, and I think Olivia touched on it perfectly just a couple of moments speaking to you, Stephanie, that Donald Trump believes that talking about the 2020...
He said her emails? He said her emails to you, Sky Comet?
So far seem to suggest that. I mean, the average is at least 40 points above the closest person to him, which
yeah, CNN and the Daily Mail is still pretty suspect.
Donald Trump is not going to back down from this playlist. In fact, he's going to keep it going and put it on repeat every time he he is out on the campaign trail. It is the mantra.
But CNN is citing the Fulton County
Donald Trump and his aides
Sheriff's Department
with his mugshot.
And remember, CNN is based out of Atlanta.
Take it and
so I would hope that CNN actually has a direct connection to the Fulton County Sheriff's Department.
Because they believe that if they lean in to everyone out to get Donald Trump, you need to support him to stop this. This is a way for Donald Trump, again, he believes, to get reelected.
And as you said, definitely leaning in, not taking this opportunity to avoid the cameras or say something just opposite of what he said. John, do you think that the other co-defendants are on board with the former president? The former president getting out there to say that sticking with his same lines. What do you think the other co-defendants are feeling right now?
Well, I think you don't even have to guess. Some of them have come out publicly and said that they stand by Donald Trump. Look at Rudy Giuliani yesterday, Stephanie, outside of that jail, forcefully defending his actions, forcefully defending his longtime friend of nearly 40 years, Donald Trump. So I think for some people, it's clear.
There's Rudy's mugshot.
But others are trying to separate, are not in communications with the former president. Some have already filed motions.
Do I trust CNN?
Hoping to separate themselves from Donald Trump's defense. One of the things that we remember, because, you know, history does repeat itself here.
So you guys, you see what I'm looking at here?
One of the things I remember covering special counsel Mueller's investigation, the first special counsel to look into Donald Trump, was a joint defense agreement.
Donald Trump's mugshot has been released. CNN is reporting.
Together, we have not.
They got it from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
It's not going to happen, but that would signal that everybody's in this together.
So this is the real deal.
There is no indication, Stephanie, that that is going to happen. And one of the concerns that I know from speaking to close allies to Donald Trump is that they are highly concerned that any of these 18 individuals could flip. And don't forget, those are the 18 known. We have in this lengthy indictment from DA Fani Willis at least 30 unindicted co-conspirators. Don't know what they have, don't know of anything else they could do.
All right, Atlanta News is reporting it now. This is apparently the real mugshot.
Stays on Team Trump.
John, this is just consistently unfolding. Thank you very much. Let's bring back former Georgia prosecutor Chris Timmons. Chris, could the district attorney, Fani Willis, face opposition for pursuing this case?
I think she will. And I think that that's going to happen. She'll have opposition in the primary next May. I don't think that they're going to run a Republican against her. They might, but they're definitely going to find some sort of Democrat to run against her who will probably be backed by the Republican Party in secret. And I think that's a concern. When I was in DeKalb County, which is next door, I was a prosecutor there. It includes a portion of Atlanta. My boss was running 2, at least locally significant cases. And in those cases, at the time that he was doing them, he faced a lot of pressure from the community asking him, why are you pursuing these 2 high-profile cases when we've got murders, we've got car break-ins, we've got quality-of-life crimes that are going on that the public perceives as being ignored. And so she's vulnerable there because she's running 2 giant cases, both RICO cases. One, the Young Thug RICO case.
Young Thug again.
And the really interesting thing would be is if she got beat before the trial was over. If you've just run against Fani Willis, if you ran on the platform of she's spending too many resources on these 2 big high-profile cases, there's probably going to be some pressure on you to dismiss the case, which could happen mid-trial. I know that's a disaster scenario. I think it's wild, but that's something that we should be considering as we move forward in these uncharted waters. They could get even more. I don't know how you get less uncharted, but certainly we are in uncharted waters, and they just keep getting murkier.
Absolutely. We're constantly surprised. All right, Chris, thank you so much. We want to turn back to Aaron Katursky. We just received a statement from the Fulton County Sheriff's Department. Tell us about it, Aaron.
Not only the statement, but we also now have the mugshot of former President Trump glowering into the camera as he was booked on 13 criminal charges.
Fantastic.
The sheriff confirming the booking in a statement just issued from his office, saying this evening defendant Donald J. Trump surrendered to authorities at the Fulton County Jail. Mr. Trump's bond order and stipulations are the result of negotiations between the district attorney's office and his attorneys. And we know the bond agreement was for $200,000. He worked with a local bail bondsman to post the 10% required before he was allowed to be released on bond. He was in and out of this jail in about a half an hour, a little less, far less time than it takes the typical criminal defendant here. But now the mugshot is out, and the former president has been booked, and he's on his way back to New Jersey, Stephanie, after he was on the ground, what, an hour and a half or so. So the next time he's expected back here is supposed to be the week of September 5th. Unlike many jurisdictions, when the booking and the arraignments take place.
Mugshot shirt.
Here, Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis says his arraignment to enter a plea to the charges doesn't have to take place for another 2 weeks. We'll see what the judge says about that. But whenever that does occur, there will be cameras allowed in court. So we're going to see this entire criminal prosecution unfold before us on TV.
Absolutely. And you mentioned those charges, those 13 charges. I want to go through them quickly. One of them being violation of the Georgia RICO Act, solicitation of a violation of oath by public officer, conspiracy to commit impersonating a public officer, and so forth. As we mentioned, 13 state charges. We just received the former president's mugshot. We want to show that to you here in just a moment. As we get that set up for you, let's bring in John Santucci.
Yeah.
John, do we think the former president will weaponize this image to help him with fundraising? You mentioned this earlier, but to what point, and will it work in gaining support for his 2024 campaign?
Stephanie, I'm going to throw it back to you because I see what we have on screen right now.
Yes, we do. We have the mugshot. There is the former president's mugshot taken at the Fulton County Jail earlier this evening as he was indicted for the 4th time there in Georgia. Right now, the former president is in the air on his private plane heading back to Newark Liberty International Airport, but that is his mugshot taken today at the Fulton County Jail. John, let's talk about this mugshot and how his team may possibly use this to fundraise. And here's the bigger question, though. Will it even work?
Well, actually, Stephanie, I'm going to take that in a bit of a different direction because, as you well know, I've covered Donald Trump for ABC News for nearly a decade.
Flip it and reverse it.
And that image, seeing Donald Trump, to the obvious viewer, Donald Trump is very clearly angry. But when I saw the image just a couple moments ago, it reminded me of Donald Trump's book cover that he released in 2015. The book was titled, I believe, Crippled America. And I remember saying to Trump, after seeing the cover, I said, gee, you know, you really look angry. And they said, well, they told me to arch my brows, to look angry, just to stare down the camera. That's that Donald Trump that we see right now. And that's not Donald Trump posing for a book cover. That is Donald Trump legitimately angry about where he is right now, and feeds in, Stephanie, to everything I have been hearing in the last couple days, that Donald Trump has been raging about this indictment, raging against DA Fonnie Willis, raging about what could possibly happen, because as we know, these are severe charges, and many other people, as we've been reporting here on ABC, concerned about what will happen because of so many people indicted with him. And as one aide said to me, if one flips against us, we have a gigantic problem. But to go back to your question earlier about what he's going to do with it, copy, paste, print. They're going to put this on every possible campaign T-shirt, mug, you name it. I would wait for the moments until a fundraising email comes out with this mugshot. And the one thing that we do need to recognize, there's Donald Trump bravado that everybody sees, and there's Donald Trump personal. People you don't see. Obviously, we all have that, right? Our public face, our private face. Though Donald Trump is going to go out there and say, look at this, can you believe it, not a bad shot, etc., this is not a photo that Donald Trump personally is loving right now, Stephanie.
So you don't think this was an intentional pose? Because when we look at the other mugshots, John, I'm sure you've seen the other ones of the other co-defendants. Some are smiling, some are neutral. This seems, I mean, you could see that he's angry, but do you think this was somewhat intentional, given the fact that he may use this photo in on products as he moves toward in his campaign? You know,
I try to get in Donald Trump's head. That is a dark
I bet.
Most times here at ABC, but you know, Donald Trump has definitely been angry about it for sure, but I don't think Donald Trump was standing there saying, is this going to look good on a t-shirt? I think Donald Trump is standing there saying, get me out of here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to do this right now. So I think that is more of what's weighing on Donald Trump tonight, Stephanie, than anything else.
Well, John, thank you so much for your insights and for joining us this evening. You've been watching ABC News Live Prime. We tonight just witnessed the former president, Donald Trump, being booked and released from the Fulton County Jail. A senior
What a fucking loser indeed.
tells ABC News that a mugshot, which we just saw there, was taken tonight at the Fulton County Jail. John and I just discussed it. We will be right back. I'm Stephanie Ramos. Stay with us.
There you have it. And just for Warlord, I launched a mugshot t-shirt. So, oh, I owe you guys an animal video. My God. My God, do I owe you an animal video. Your t-shirt is live. Go get you a t-shirt. Mugshot t-shirt. Do you want to see what it looks like? You can get it in blue, you can get it in red, you can get it in navy. Mugshot t-shirt. You told me to do it. I wasn't going to do it, but there you go. Let's see if some people on Twitter get one. Posted in a few different groups. See if I can sell some t-shirts tonight. Let's get us an animal video up in here. That's what we need. Let's do a bull. We'll get a bull. Rescue bull used for breeding. Been apparently was in captivity his entire life, has now been freed. Oh. No, I want the bull again. Nobody wants to see Ramaswamy. We wanted to see the bull get freed, not bullshit. What, the bull? Who's gonna kill the bull in 3 days? What in the fuck? Warlord. Man, he's pretty. That's a big old fucking bull. Go ahead, light one up too. Oh, don't forget Sunday. We've got Chris the Skis. Chris the Skis on Sunday. Just big stream after big stream after big stream. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We will see you Sunday night.